What the fuck is that sound? Sounds like they're cleaning the carpets in the hallway. Hey, Goldpoke. Where can you get the Longdeath world save? You want to check it with the Legends viewer? Currently, there's no up-to-date version of it online. I did post a version of it online, but it's rather out of date. The most recent version of the world save that's publicly downloadable is from year 100. So, Mr. Touch Shriek. Well, you guys are all here just in time because I'm about to press enter and enter. So the money wasn't yours? Okay, fair enough. But still. So, plan for today is what I've been doing the last 3 times, which is hang out, and immediately a tribute shows up. Like, literally the second I started. The annual tributes from Beste Pime and Nulan Abo have both come. Stone, are you present? Because we got paperwork incoming. Plan for today is, you know what, here, I'll do an overview first. So if I zoom out on this whole thing, this is ground level. Kind of in this middle section right here, we have our above ground mushroom forest. The in case of emergency use tunnel defensive structure, which is filled with, what the fuck are my neighbors doing above me? Retractable spikes. Right here was my alpaca farm, but I think I slaughtered too many of them, and I think they're all dead now. So now up here we have sheep, and then we have our unicorn breeding program, which is going very well. And then this tower that I'm working on, which is kind of our current big project. It's going to go all the way up and probably connect to this other tower up here in some way. I just haven't actually set it up to do that yet. So, working on that. But as we go down, 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 we see the various walkways and the tower going underground over there, which is going to continue going down, by the way. I'm going to make it go down further. Probably down to around where the maze is. So probably go down to here, and then we'll have entrances to it from down here, which will be fun. Down here is the terracotta army and our coffin lair. The nice little maze, as well as the celebration chamber, aka where we celebrate every 100 years and fire off a lot of ballista arrows at our livestock, right next to where our trapped Ettins are, the giants, the minotaur, and the forgotten beast. Down here is just more trash. This is our drainage layer for the artificial waterfall, and if we go down to here, this is the coin storage layer where I store all the coins that I've made. And if we go even further down, this is the cavern layer, and this is as far down as we have gone. The cavern layer, I think, currently has 3 forgotten beasts in it. There's quite a few of them. I'm just kind of ignoring them currently. As far as the fortress itself goes, things are pretty smooth, but I kind of overreached a little bit with all of this digging over here, and worked the dwarves a little bit too hard for a few years, so some of them got a little bit glum. So what we're working on is fixing them, making them a little bit happier. Like this dwarf who wants to practice some martial art. Well, it's time to put you into the bear fighters and let you go practice some martial art. And just do our best to make the dwarves that are less happy again. As far as actual dwarves go, we're in kind of a predicament because, well, first off, we still have the insane vampire in the walls, by the way. Like, he just lives there. It's fine. You know, we made him, so he's our fault. But he went insane during his prison sentence for murder. So he just lives in this sealed off room now, berserk, chained up, and will be there forever. It's fine. As far as the bedrooms, you know, they're all full of various clothing, and I could clean them out, but I don't really care to because they're not really hurting the frame rate or anything. Some people seem to be completely obsessed that having lots of clothing in the bedrooms like greatly hurts your frame rate. It really doesn't. It only hurts your frame rate if they get displaced. And then when the dwarves die, they get cleaned out, so it's not a huge deal. The problem that I am starting to run into, which I might actually do today, is if I actually hit T and select the beds are wearing out because they've been here for like 100 years. So pretty soon here, I think I'm going to need to deconstruct every single one of these beds and give us new beds. I know that this is something that I was told would happen, is that beds deteriorate over time. And after about 300 years, your beds will actually start to vanish because they will start ceasing to exist. And the value of your bedrooms will start to drop. So, yeah, that's a thing that's starting to happen. Obviously, you know, they're still very early on in their wearing out phase, but, you know, we've had these beds probably for about 100 years now. So, you know, they're getting up there. So yeah, that's starting to happen. Also, this pillar over here that looks like it's all random colors, whenever I get tributes of weird blocks from the humans, I add it to this pillar now instead of like selling the weird blocks. So I'm going to start making pillars out of weird blocks that the humans bring us. As far as dwarves in the fortress, the named dwarves are currently Eternal, Apostle, Trash Battery, Axon, Swoos, Siloic, Anander the Second, Novi, Narvicius, Smash D, Sethados, Lord Floof, Black Hole, Mad Hijinks, Padinsky, Chimp, Focal Fury, Pablo, Dragoman, Sui, Wave Thrash, Cryo, Brander Buddy, Cheers Jamie, Polking, Red, Dreadvic, Bastet the Second, Hazard Jeff, Diamond Destruct, Warm Shadow, Lore, Zapdos the Third, Touch Shriek, Vinsati the Second, Ara, Vuzzle Vuzzle, Sparkly, Gimper, Metsus, Danny UG, Gate Nerd, Free, Goldpoke the Second, Simplex, the Squid, and Morden. So that's aka Darren, the Second. Now, you'll notice that a lot of these are merchants. They're merchants because the population of the fortress has dropped significantly due to various things, a lot of natural death actually. But because the population dropped quite a bit, I was starting to get nervous because we weren't getting migrants. And that seems to happen sometimes. The Mountain Home just won't send us migrants for large periods of time. So I reached out to one of the local groups and got them to send us a whole bunch of, merchants. So now I have these merchants, and fortunately, some of them are married, like Hazard Jeff and Bastet are married, and since being here, have had a child, which is, instead of being a merchant, which is unable to be assigned to a lot of jobs, just a perfectly normal dwarf. So, fortunately for us, we can, you know, eventually use these dwarves as actual functioning dwarves once they grow up. Instead of the sort of useful merchants, which are kind of like temporary workers. Big sigh, yes, sort of. Your eyes will thank you. If it's just a single wall piece, it's not that bad. Well, that's an easy one. From the group of Soaring, 25 bronze bolts and 1 peach wood barrel. But yeah, if anybody has any questions about things in the fortress or what we're doing or what the plans are or anything, just let me know, especially if you're new to the series. Generally what Longdeath streams end up being is just kind of me talking with Dwarf Fortress in the background. Here comes the other tribute. Which is probably what today is going to end up being because it's just a lot of sustaining. How old is I'm? How old I'm? I can look that up. And then this one, it's just one dog at the bottom. So it's all of this plus a dog. Where does the tribute come from? So when you raid people, you have the option to demand tribute. And if you successfully demand a tribute, you can demand a one-time tribute where they will bring you a one-time thing. There's a tetrahedrite block I got to put in there. I'm looking for other weird blocks. Pyrolusite blocks, tetrahedrite blocks. I wonder what that microcline figurines of, actually. I'm assuming you've got it. I want to know what that microcline figurines of. Figurine of a human. This is a well-crafted microcline figurine of a human. On the item is an image of a human in microcline. It is encrusted with point-cut turquoise and encircled with bands of eagle bone. Anyway, so you send your squads, and when you have the option to raid people. There's actually a video on my YouTube channel of how to do this in the tutorials series that I do. But if you send them your squads, one of the options is demand tribute. And if you demand an ongoing tribute, they will come and trade with you, as well as sending you gifts every year based on their faction wealth. So we lucked out with these guys, and they have a lot of money, so they bring us a lot of weird shit every year. So let's add those new pillars onto this. But yeah, that's what's up with the tributes. And we have a few different factions that bring us stuff. Also in another fortress, Gift Vault, which was my Halloween short fort, I managed to get the goblins bringing me tribute for a little bit. And they will bring you tribute for a couple of years. They will send you a goblin merchant and give you tribute, but they will just invade you after like 2 or 3. So not doing that on this world, even though it's kind of funny and you can do it, but. I should do something special with my wagon wood, shouldn't I? Can they break free from that and revolt? If you give them reason to go to war with you, yeah. Or if your mountain home goes to war with them, yeah. They've also vanished for a couple of times. There's been a few times when some of the factions have like stopped bringing us stuff for a couple of years. Or they've brought us like almost nothing for a couple of years. Tribute is literally, yes, just taxation. Also, how's Smash T doing? Cool. So something that I've learned, actually, is if you have kind of depressed dwarves like this one, if they want to practice a martial art and you just chuck them in the military as a wrestler and just let them train, it often just fixes them. So we'll see if this can help this dwarf. We'll keep an eye on you. Although the other one who was in there who was wrestling, who was depressed, is no longer depressed. This dwarf was very depressed at one point. He was like the red level of depressed, so he was quite depressed, even though he's 148 years old and one of the first of his kind. There's not many of those left. Very. Dwarf Fortress is very modifiable, especially in like the adding new races or adding new materials type thing. I have 2 videos I want to make. One about a mod that I've wanted to make a video about for a while because it's a really cool mod. And then there's another video I want to make about a utility that just straight up adds new materials into DF, which I've been aware of for a little bit, which is like, oh, it just injects new types of stone with wild properties and new like minerals. And so if you want like minerals with magic properties or like hyper cooling properties or superheating properties, or do you want to make like I don't know, various other strange metals, you can do that. One of the big projects that we've had recently is this is our new forges, which is slightly bigger and more gaudy than the old forges. The old forge was over here and a little bit smaller. Some of you might remember the last stream I did of Longdeath. The last thing that I did was my power went out. So we are about a third of a season back in time from where we were previously, but that's okay. We've almost already caught back up. Superconductive metals? I mean, there's no electrical or lightning or anything in DF, so I don't know if you can do superconductive. But no, because my wrestlers don't have any weapons. So my wrestlers are a mental health squad, basically. They don't fight at all, so I haven't given them any weapons because a lot of them are training because they are at risk of getting more depressed, and if suddenly like a dwarf starts getting tantrumy, I don't want to have to take their weapons away. So you've got 2 tributes of the same year? Yes. Yes. And it wasn't even because the game crashed. It's because my power literally went out. Yeah, now I'm wondering. It's like, oh crap. I guess you'd have to go to the most recent VOD and go to the very end, right? Shit. Yeah, it's literally training camp for the mentally unstable. That is exactly what it is. Yeah, see, we've got 2 of them right now. Ara is the other one. But he feels satisfied after learning about this. He's 38 years old, was born in this fort. This dwarf was pretty depressed for a little bit. But this is one of those dwarves where, like, Good thing you have screenshots. Yes, you do have the screenshots. But, like, this dwarf was pretty depressed because this dwarf really wanted to be a, This is actually Spitalier and Cryo's son. Really wanted to be a scholar and just wanted to learn stuff. But then I made them a scholar, and all they were thinking about was, like, being uneasy about reading this, uneasy pondering this, upset pondering this, saddened pondering this, depressed pondering this. And so, like, they get really sad when they're not learning and doing abstract thinking. So basically I have to, like, juggle this dwarf back and forth between, like, the wrestling squad and studying, where they're happy for a bit and then they just get really depressed. It's kind of... Some dwarves are just like that. Some dwarves are just broken. And I kind of like that. It makes them feel human. Or makes them feel sentient. That's the correct thing to say. Yes, that too. Archie's got a very good point. Like, the reason they're just elite wrestlers is because I don't want them to, you know, fuck that up, basically. Camera's off. There we go. It's better. They just don't enjoy it? Yeah. That's maybe even worse than not knowing what you want. One day, Hasteth, you'll say something different, because we know that you're our liaison from the mountain homes. We've been seeing you for literally the last 50 years. And yes, of course, there's much to share. Our order is still the same. Let's discuss what we were willing to offer you for your craftsdwarfship. Farewell, Focal Fury. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Speaking of Focal Fury, the mayor, you want enormous corkscrews. Well, we can do that. Also, how old are you, Focal Fury? I was going to check that. You're one of the first of your kind, 151 years old. And you're one child who is simplex. Oh, right. Yes, I was going to inform you of this, Focal. So, Suey was married to Hot Cup of Tea, her wonderful husband, who she had many husbands. She had many children with, several children. 131, which means we're on year 126, Focal. Now, her husband, Hot Cup of Tea, committed a crime. He tantrumed and broke a bookshelf. You sentenced him to a beating, as you do, because, you know, crime gets punishment. Well, because all of these dwarves are basically unbreakable, unbelievably strong, and absolutely inexhaustible because of all of the just general work that they do around the fortress, all the hauling boulders and all the building lead statues and all the things that they do in this fortress. Every dwarf in this fortress is basically an elite wrestler level of strength. Whenever somebody gets sentenced to a beating, that's instant sentence to death. Because the hammerer came and doesn't even have a weapon, literally just caved the skull in of Hot Cup of Tea. Within seconds in game, your dwarf had not only gone into a romantic relationship with his ex-wife, his now widowed wife, Suey, but then you married her. And now you have a child with it. It sounds like YouTube notifications are working as intended, Freeways. So, literally, you sentenced a man to death and married his wife, and now you have a child with her. Yep. That happened. So, I will make you your enormous corkscrews, because you rule with an iron fist. Although, Simplex, your child, is 6 years old, and was born on the 16th of Limestone in the year 125. Although, is exasperated when caught in the rain and ashamed upon wearing tattered clothing. Oh, we gotta fix that problem. Why are you wearing tattered clothing? Fucking go get yourself some new clothing. Jesus Christ. Because you're too busy playing with a puzzle box on all of the new clothing that we just made. Children. Let's trade some stuff. Look at all of this brand new clothing we have that the child is not putting on. That's actually the biggest problem I've been having with kids, is they just like complain about wearing crappy clothing and then in the same breath also don't go get better clothing. They're like, my clothing is shit. No, I'm not going to go put on better clothes. It's like, make your damn mind up, okay? Children. I don't know how to deal with them, even in video games. Glad I could help, Vocal. Glad I could help. What kind of artifacts do we have besides the salt? Oh, also, I need to tell you how old your dwarf is. All kinds of things. We have swords, armor. We have all kinds of things. We have tons of artifacts. Like, I could go through the whole list, but like, it would take a while. Not to be confused with all of the books that we also have, which we've written. Dozens of them. I think there's like 300 something books in this fortress. Is your dwarf still alive? Yes, your dwarf is still alive. Your dwarf got very depressed for a little bit, Gate Nerd, but we put him in the military and let him just train his sadness away, and he exists as part of one of the elite wrestlers. I was going to tell you how old Freeways is. She is 10. You're about to become a functional dwarf. In life, you should work hard, then work harder. I agree with this. And you don't feel anything after... You're accepting after remembering seeing Trumpet Dog's dead body. There is no free dwarves to give you. Otherwise, I would totally give you a dwarf crystal. Although there is certainly the possibility that we'll get more dwarves today, because most of these merchants are 75 billion years old. So we'll probably get some old age deaths, and then I'll request more workers. So just keep an eye. Just keep an eye on what's going on. But yeah, this is your dwarf. Gate Nerd. She's 148 years old, born on the... she's one of the first of her kind. You arrived here at Rumkesh in the 16th of the year 130. I guess I'm just going to read old words. Guys, you got to add more words to the add word stories room in Discord, please. But, chips funded by dips for excessive verbosity. Stinky cheese for stone. Sneezing cats have allergies for dogs, but only on Tuesday's meal. Hot meal effects are beneficial. Sure. You have no idea what that is? So what you do is you join my Discord, okay? You go to this room, add a word stories, and then you add words in semi-functional sentences to this story, and then I have to read whatever the fuck you guys write once every 2 hours when somebody uses that. But you actually have to, like, keep it moving, otherwise I'll just, like, refund it and skip it. So if you want to get value for your channel points... It's jovial to have a mandate deadline met. My mandate deadline was met. I feel jovial. It's sort of a mini game, yeah. All right. This is going to be for metal ore. And this is going to be for wood. And then we can get rid of some stockpiles. And that'll be our new spot. And then I can get rid of this stockpile up here, as well as this stockpile. And they will eventually move everything once they're done getting stuff ready to trade. Can request trader at the depot. There was indeed a biting demonstration going on. It is part of, biting demonstrations are part of wrestling training. Very important. I've had dwarves bite forgotten beasts to death, so it's very important dwarven training. If they're not trained in the ways of biting, how will they ever get anything done? Truly. All right. Ooh, I don't generally trade for metals, but I will totally take those rose gold bars. Because who doesn't like making things that are pink in DF? It's just such a good gaudy color to make stuff out of. How many words until you can add a new word? As long as you're not doing multiple in a row, you're okay. And, you know, keep it like PG-13. Don't go too ridiculous, otherwise I just won't read it. In DF, I don't think there's a purple. Is there anything that's purple in Dwarf Fortress? And hey, Balinor. What's up, dude? I mean, beer with parental guidance is totally acceptable. I was drinking beer with parental guidance at younger age. Pitch blend? Is that purple? Not in my not in my colorations. Maybe in default. Right, yeah. Rulite is purple. I don't think I have any of that in this. So yeah, in theory, yes, you could make things that are pink and purple. Oh yeah, also there's some spooky stuff that's purple. Yeah, I don't know. Bayberries. Yes, there are certain berries that are purple. This is all true. Can we make pink and purple things? Not easily. You can. I'm not going to go out of my way to, though. Not currently, anyway. And if you're old enough to be in the military, you're old enough to drink. Yeah, that's always bothered me about the States, where it's just like, yeah, you can join the military and make pornography, but you can't drink a beer. It's like, what? I don't understand this. This doesn't add up. Also, if you like have an injury, we will gladly give you Oxycontin. Scares the crap out of me. At least you guys are legalizing weed slowly. Slowly. So I got this really kind of adorable comment on one of the puzzle VODs that I put up on YouTube from Redbeard, which is just, you're really helping my relationship with my wife. because apparently Redbeard's wife really likes puzzle games, and I keep playing through like these short puzzle games that take like an hour to finish, and he keeps playing them on the TV with his wife after my videos come out. He's just like, I keep showing her these videos, and she's like, can we play that? So they're just like playing through these little puzzle games that I play through in one sitting in the evening. Which is kind of adorable. That's good. Well, at least the tributes have been updated. What's the H engraving? Ah, yes. It's not my favorite one, but the H one is very good. Engraved on the wall is an exceptionally designed image of a horse by Eternal. The horse is falling. The artwork relates to the collision of a horse with an obstacle in Longdeath in the mid-autumn of 31. No idea what the fuck happened there. There's one possibility that I can think of it, and I think that's the time that the caravan fell off of the walkway, because there was a caravan that fell off of the walkway back when I did the trading on the upper levels. My theory is because a buzzard dive bombed them and a horse fell off of it. Didn't die, but it did fall. So my theory is it's that, but it could be anything else. Yeah, anyway, so that's what that engraving is. There's a couple of good ones here. There's a few moon snails. It's an exceptionally designed image of Focal Fury. The dwarf surrounded by the dwarves. Focal Fury is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the appointment of Focal Fury to the position of militia captain of the Eternal Adventure of Time in the early winter of 221, before he was elected mayor. This one's pretty good. It's a Snail Man by Brander Buddy. What year did this fort start in? Year 5. And this is an image of statues, which is also very fitting. Finely designed image of Mad Hijinks, which is a finely designed image of Two Greats by Mad Hijinks. Let's see, what else do we have? An image of a Radiant Cut Gems. An image of the Fuchsia by Bastet II. The Fuchsia is striking a triumphant pose, which is one of our gods. An image of Asparagus by Brander Buddy. Must like asparagus. An exceptionally designed image of Quetzalcoatl, the dwarf and dwarves by Eternal. Quetzalcoatl is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the selection of Quetzalcoatl to the position of expedition leader of the Eternal Adventure of Time in the early autumn of 28. Was a good dwarf till he died. We don't have the bench warmers, but we do have the bear fighters. The military squads are the Eternal Guard, the Bear Fighters, the Bear Fighters 2, and the Eternal Hammer. And then the empty squad that I should just disband. Engraved is a picture point rendition of the Adoration of Animals, an image of a duck and Jack Nurick, and the dwarf Jack Nurick. Strifefalls is embracing the duck. The image was commissioned by the Eternal Adventure of Time, a local dwarven government. Who died? Everybody, basically. Goats, what's up? I am indeed wearing socks. How are you? They keep my feet warm. How else would I keep my feet warm without socks? But yeah, no, this fort's been around long enough that, like, who died is not really a relevant question anymore. But, yeah, so this is currently the major project, is this tower. Also, look at that. All the leaves are falling from the trees. But what we're going to do is I'm going to build it up to about here, and then I'm going to make it into an archway that's going to go up and then over top of this and either connect up here to the upper wall or like go down on the other side. I haven't decided yet. So I have a question. Are you going to keep this running joke going until nobody knows what you're referencing anymore? I mean, I think we're already at that point, but like 6 months from now, Goats for the Win's going to tune into the stream and be like, hey guys, how you doing? And everybody's going to be like, yo, what's up, Goats? And he's going to be like, I hope you have your socks. You better make me a new pair of socks. For those of you who don't know, Goats for the Win was a dwarf in this fort for a bit, who was our mayor. And mandated we make a fuckload of socks and would not let us sell socks. So we had a shit ton of socks for a little bit there. So that's what the socks thing is about. There's still socks in your office. Even though you've been dead for like 10 years, there's still socks in your office. Although, I think most of these are actually like current mayor's stuff. I should really just go Iron Cabinet. You know, in another fantasy realm, they have the Iron Throne. Here, we just have the Iron Cabinet. Significantly less cool. Or rather, significantly less cool sounding. Yeah, Valinor's characters in RimWorld being unlikely man-whores, and Squug being a 102-year-old grandmother. You know, I actually was going back through my VODs recently, and I found VOD, and I was, like, privating and unlisting and deleting old VODs, just for copyright concerns. Most of that stuff's also on YouTube, and I actually found a couple of VODs from those playthroughs archived on this channel. I was like, damn. The quality of my stream has gone up so much since my ex left me. It's actually kind of amazing how much better the quality of my stream got within like 3 months of me getting dumped. Because it's like, well, I'm on my own here now. If I had Rulite, sure. I don't have any Rulite. Also, I made iron, not steel. I'm not gonna spend steel on that. Most of the things here that are fancy are made out of silver. There's a bird there that shouldn't be there. A dead buzzard. How do we make Rulite? Well, technically we import it. So how do you make a crystal? Basically, if you find dwarves that can't handle being in combat, but like really want to practice martial art, just put them in a wrestler squad. They'll be super happy. You call Chris and give him a tail. Duh. It's absolutely what you do. Is the buzzard leg still on the table? No, I've removed the buzzard leg. Because I moved it. I moved all of the forges into here. And it was on one of the forges. You know what Kristen is tall. Yes, that is indeed how you make a crystal. The real challenge, though, is making a Chris short. With the power of science, I'm sure we could probably make crystals or rulite just with the power of technology, but dwarves don't quite have that power. Tell him this sick. Train him like a dog. The real question is, why are we all bullying Chris? It was an iconic buzzard. Like, it was there for like 10 years, yeah. Said no one ever. Freeways. Or does that crash the world? I have no idea. Crystal. We need to talk. Since when do you have demands that you can make over my fortress? You don't even have a dwarf in this fort. Maybe if you were my mayor or a baron in this fort. I don't like this. You assuming power over me, the omnipotent being of Longdeath. I take great offense to this. Well, here's the thing. If I tell you, you're gonna be like, okay, so when you importing the necessary amount of rulite? And I'm gonna be like, nah. Actually, like, I should check. Do I have rulite? They might have brought me some. Like, jokes aside. Just unforbidding all these. Also, mayor declines. No purple. Also, I don't think rulite is purple in my tile set. No, don't have any rulite. But I do have rose gold, which is that color. So I could totally make you a rose gold cabinet, but you'd need a dwarf in the fort first. And Slyvite is what Sly Cooper uses to power himself. How's Selawik doing? Not good. Long term has been under a great deal of stress, but satisfied after producing a masterwork. This dwarf got into a couple of arguments which fucked him up real badly mentally. But at least, you know, all the books that you've been reading. This is a weird dwarf. This dwarf always wants to practice martial art, but actively gets pissed off when practicing martial arts, so. You're probably right. I can remember a lot of things in this game. Some things are just beyond me, though. There, you're right. Root tile. That stuff. You were correct. Sounds like a LOL player. What, got exasperated after getting into an argument? Yeah, kind of. Resistance is futile. How about this? How much rose gold do I actually have right now? I have 21 rose gold bars. Which I can do like 5 rose gold cabinets. We are Dwarf. Lower your shields and weapons. Resistance is a bad idea because we will cave your heads in with our hammers. I'm not going to say it's futile because that's copyrighted. Axon, why are you sleeping outside? What the heck is wrong with you? You have a great bedroom and 82 owned objects. This dwarf keeps on passing out outside. I think that this dwarf just has too much work to do. I'm going to remove hauling from your list of tasks because you need to go like, although I will leave you on clothing hauling, maybe item hauling, I guess. Because I need you to go get yourself new clothing because you're very restless after being unable to practice martial art. Exasperated after being caught in the rain. You're already in a squad, though. You're in the Eternal Guard, so maybe I should get the Eternal Guard training? I don't know. Yeah, I haven't seen a fell mood in a while. You really need to do a good job pissing your dwarves off to have a fell mood. Like, you really need to make everybody hate everything. Who's our mayor? You've been here for all of the discussions about who our mayor is. Are you paying no attention or are you that hypnotized by the one pink statue? It's Mayor Focal Fury, who wants me to make 3 more enormous corkscrews. Okay, boss. Dwarf bone door? That's kind of badass, though. You have kids to watch? That's no excuse. I expect your complete and total undivided attention at all times. But literally, you were talking in the chat about pink stuff while I was explaining to Focal Fury about what his mayor was. So it's fine, but it's just I think that's kind of funny. That's how I feel about most things in Dwarf Fortress. Is I want this, but I kind of hate it. It's all good, Crystal. You have license to be a baka in my chat. Just as long as it's not all the time. Hang in there, Dwarf. Don't go full whiny on me. Felt fondness when talking with a friend, frustrated after being unable to practice some martial art. God damn. You know, I'm gonna put you into the bear hammer. Bear fighters. Love me? You barely know me. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna leave you in the Eternal Guard. I'm just gonna get the Eternal Guard training. It's my best squad. Where they all actually have weapons. Because they've wanted to train anyway. That looks heavy. Look how slow this dwarf is moving. Jesus. I guess rose gold is heavy. looks very heavy. I feel bad for that poor dwarf. I'm going to melt down a bunch of items up here. I don't know how many things I just marked, so I just got a bunch of anvils and things up there that I want to melt. Got those enormous corkscrews getting forged. Good stuff. You also want to practice a martial art. Go join the bear fighters. I got a few dwarves that all seem to need things to do. You also want to practice martial art. Okay, go join that squad. Reminds you of a captain of the guard wearing a bunch of ornaments. Yeah. There was this one screenshot, which kind of made my day, and it was somebody. It was somebody on Reddit who was just like, suddenly my dwarves started moving very slowly, and I couldn't figure out why. And the reason they were moving super slowly was because, the reason that the dwarf was moving super slowly was because they had put on like 100 lead items. It's like, well, most of my dwarves are carrying a ton of amulets, right? But like, they're all made out of diorite, gneiss, and alpaca, bone, and various other like normal materials that are not super heavy. Which is significantly better for like heavy things, right? Although I guess it helps with the strength training. Super blinged out dwarves just get real strong. Is a walking flea market? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, this one's got, he's holding a pick. He's got a ring, a cap on his head, an amulet, a crown, a crown, a crown, a bracelet, bracelet, crown, 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 bracelet, crown, amulet, ring, crown, ring, earring, earring, ring, earring, amulet, earring, bracelet, bracelet, earring, earring, amulet, ring, amulet, ring, bracelet, crown, 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 amulet, crown, crown, amulet, ring, crown, ring, earring. This is just one dwarf, and the list goes on. All the way down to the rose gold cabinet he's hauling. The dwarf won't get irradiated? I mean, they wouldn't anyway. Lead poisoning isn't calculated, thankfully. So all of the players' attempts to assassinate entire elven populations by selling them lead goblets are in vain, unfortunately. Not at all. Stockpiling large numbers of items, contrary to popular belief, really doesn't affect your frame rate. Unless you literally have thousands of them. What does affect your frame rate is the displacing of them. So if they're just sitting there, it's fine. But if like somebody gets hit by a moving object that's moving real fast and like bits and pieces of them fly everywhere and all their clothing flies off, that hurts your frame rate. Or everybody pathing to go collect a bunch of items from somebody who died, that hurts your frame rate. The item just existing doesn't hurt your frame rate. Corpses affect your frame rate more. But just items being about, yeah, it's fine. And Kibs and Britches, what's up? How's things, man? Just waking up? Well, good morning. I just got an email from a company stating, check the dashboard. We have many sponsorships available. And I'm glancing at them. I'm like, all of these look like trash. Like, I don't even want to stream any of these. Let alone get paid to play them. It's just painful. Time to punish the undead intelligent dwarf who stole the artifact and tried to steal another by chaining him to the front of the ballista and shooting it. You mean chaining him in front? Oh, okay. I read that as to the front of a ballista. I was like, I don't think you can do that, but... Yeah, I mean, that sounds like one hell of a punishment. Where the heck are you getting these stuff from? Oh, all this stuff down here. Yeah, okay. Fair. I mean, I'm just imagining, like, Sea of Thieves shooting yourself out of a cannon stuff. You're relieving him of eternal life. I mean, he doesn't feel anything about this. It's not like torturing something that can't feel is torture. You're more just causing a minor annoyance. Okay, what's Wave Thrash doing? You're in the military, yeah? Yeah. Which squad are you in? Turn the lead squad off so that you can go do something that I need you to go get done, which is fill out all of my manager orders. We can take that as an offering to the most popular god in your fortress of death and suicide. What is the god represented by? I always like the more obscure gods. Like, I was way too entertained yesterday by the god that was represented by a giant cave toad. Was the god of, like, rivers, something and something. One of them was dark. It was like torture, rivers, and misery, I think. Read The Mystery of Excision. Did we actually write books about excision? It's written by Cheers Jamie. Concerns the surgical method of excision. The writing is depressing yet organized. Overall, the prose is passable. I love that we've leveled up to passable proses for our books. Felt pleasure after putting on a truly splendid item. Wow. They don't feel or think anything, actually. They're basically the Borg. They're mindless drones that have no sentient thought for themselves. Of a rotting female dwarf. Lovely. I love it. Good shit. Rotting female dwarf, god of death and suicide. I love when DF gets dark, because DF has such like an unassuming... Is there a unicorn foal running around in my fort? There is a unicorn foal running around in my fort. Why are there unicorns running everywhere? What the heck happened? There's just like baby unicorns running around everywhere. I don't know why. Also, my sheep are all having a panic attack. It's probably either the wolverines or the kangaroos startling my my poor animals. I know they're domestic. They're my livestock. The dwarves are working on it. We don't need to capture it. They just need to grab them and put them back in the pen where they belong. They're just being scared out of the pen by something that's in there probably, which I can't find or see. That or there's something like up in the trees. I'm not sure. Yeah, no, this is my unicorn breeding project. All of those ewes. Not to be confused with humans, of course. I realize they look similar. Actually, if anything, there's probably just too many unicorns in here. I think we're going to slaughter a bunch of unicorns. Time to make more things out of unicorn leather. Unicorn breeding pit. Accurate. Yes. Magical mosh pit. I think I like magical mosh pit more than unicorn breeding pit. Welcome to the magic mosh. Also, I never did deconstruct these smelters, but it's about damn time I do that, because these are all smelters all the way along here, and those are all wood furnaces all the way along there, and those are all metalsmiths forges. I'm not very surprised. Ballista arrows are very easy to dodge. You'd basically have to put them in like a single file hallway and probably shoot multiple arrows down it. I've seen pigs dodge them. I'm wondering, do you guys think there will be any sneaky surprises in the upcoming release? Or do you guys think it's literally just going to be what Tarn is saying? It's not an artifact, is it? It's just an Electrum Grate? Yeah, you can totally do that. I don't know. Well, there's an announced release coming sometime in the next 2 weeks. I don't think Tarn, like, here's the thing, right? There'll be surprises because probably, yes, octagonal, but there's also the thing that I'm actually concerned about, which is new bugs. Like, you just remember the last major release introduced children leeching, like, mother's life force until they died. Just remember that was a thing in the last major release. That was a thing, yeah, Serial. It was certainly a thing. Eternal, shiny, and chrome indeed, yes. No, it's not a major release. But I'm just wondering if you guys think there will be any surprises in there, or if you guys think it'll just be like exactly what it says on the tin, which is just balances and bug fixes. That's what everybody says, yes. Enjoy your lurking and working, audio. Your work and lurk. Also, by the way, chat, if you guys could do me a huge favor, if anybody here watches Jess, my teammate, go over to her channel, okay, and go to the channel points section, and give as many channel points as you can towards boosting the stream. Go try and get her boosted. With Tarn's patch history, they're not very like heavily written. They're not very detailed. His patch notes. Because she has 2 days to finish it, and it's not that many channel points that she needs, but go help her out with those channel points. Because I just popped over there and did that myself a couple minutes ago. Because if she can get that boost this stream, that's like a pretty nice help for her. And she has 23 hours left to get it. And she's 72% of the way done now. Good work, guys. So, help her out. Help one of my teammates out. And she also has expressed interest in playing Dwarf Fortress at some point, so we'll get her eventually. Eventually. So you have no points? Well, if you go follow her, you'll immediately get 300. She's one of my teammates. She's cool. Solantre also has no idea who she is. This is the dwarf I want to fix. This is kind of my big pet goal for today, is fixing Smash T. "100 years old on the dot." Never heard of her? Yeah, right? You just keep getting gifted this sub. You just... You might want to see who's hiding in your basement. You didn't know she streamed? That's impressive. How do you know that someone exists but not know that they streamed? I'm literally just like melting items I don't need. Let's see, does the mayor want anything? Nope, just export of corkscrews is prohibited. All right, so we all good. Whoa, what's with all the forbidden ammunition in here? I've got a lot of forbidden bolts, apparently. IRL world intrusion? They happen sometimes. This is just any kind of channel point use. So what you do is you go to her stream, right? You click this button down here. You click this thing, and then there's a button right there that you can click, and just click that. That's what you do. So if you have any channel points on there, if you follow her, you'll get 300, I think. And just boot 300 at her. The one with the boost image? Did I click the wrong one? I'm pretty sure I clicked the boost one. Anyway, she needs 120. She's at 123,602. She needs 166,400 by the end of tomorrow. You don't see that one on mobile? Then I don't know. I don't know how mobile works with any of that shit. I almost never use Twitch on mobile. At least not in that way. See, this is the kind of comment that concerns me with DF. So this was on my most recent video, and it is, I don't know if I was doing something horribly wrong to cause it, but the last time I played, my fortress was crashing so often, I began doing a manual save every month on top of a manual save every time I designated a lot of mining or construction so I wouldn't randomly lose a lot of progress. Like, that's wild. Like, I don't know what the fuck you do to have that many crashes, but that's insane. Like, I can literally count on one hand of the number of crashes I've had in the last 2 years. And it's like, one of those crashes I know for a fact was because I dumped a volcano, the entire contents of a volcano, into an underground ocean. Like, I've drained oceans into hell and the game hasn't crashed. Yeah, like, I don't know. I really wish people's reliance on Dwarf Therapist would go away. It's genuinely, like, massively detrimental. Like, the lack of stability from Therapist and Hack are a massive detriment to the public knowledge of the game. Hey, Beers, what's up? Stopped using it. Yeah, like, it's everybody, so many people state that it's necessary to use it when it's not. And then on the flip side, you also get people then talking about how unstable the game is. And it's like, well, Dwarf Fortress is really stable for what it is. It's just people add so many plugins to it, and then it stops being stable, and then they wonder why. Also, Focal Fury, sorry, but one of your masterworks were lost. I'm smelting a lot of metal items, so it's probably the reason. And then you close it? Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what you gotta do. The heck is this dwarf doing? Keeps moving this table from spot to spot. No, it doesn't upset him. Well, I mean, it'll add negative moods to him, but it's fine. He can handle it. He's a toughie. Yeah, no, I know. I know, Mister Touch Shriek. I get that. I personally don't think it's worth the lack of stability, though. What I just did, like this. So if you hit N and you assign a manager, well, actually here, I can show you. So what you do is if you hit N on your keyboard, you can assign a manager. So my manager is named Wavethrash. The manager then needs to be assigned to a chair. So my manager is assigned to this chair, or I thought I was assigned to that chair. I'll just assign it to him. So just press R, shrink down the size a little bit. You don't need to. And then A to assign, and then select whoever your manager is. So my manager is Wavethrash. Wavethrash is now assigned to that table. Actually, I think he has an office somewhere. Anyway, then you have your manager assigned. And then you can go to the unit screen. Then if you hit M, once you're in the unit screen, it'll take you to the manager screen. Then you hit Q, and then you just type in, I don't know, wood bucket. And then the number of the item that you want. And then if you have a carpenter shop somewhere in your fort and a dwarf with carpentry assigned, your manager will then, once this is set, gain the job of assigning work orders. So if I jump over to Wavethrash, as he's hauling something to somewhere with something, definitely hauling metal. But once he's done doing this, you will then go to his table or his office and assign the work order. So we'll just wait for him to do that. There you see, he's going to go manage work orders. And then he's going to run all the way over to his chair. All the way over to his chair. Which was the other one, because that's the other one that he has assigned. This one, right here. So he ran over to here, to his table, assigned the work orders, and then if I hit U, M, it's now green on the far right instead of red, meaning that this job is assigned. So somewhere in the world where I have a carpenter, whoever is a carpenter, someone's got that job assigned, I know that, somewhere, is going to go build that. That's what I was doing. Rather than having to enter one in manually. The work order can be completed by as many workshops as you have. So if you have craft stores, I need to assign 100 crafts. Yeah, so like when I assign melt metal object, it assigns it to all of my smelters. You know, if I assign smelt iron ore, it assigns it to all of my smelters. I mean, I have an ulterior motive to doing that. It's not just to show you. I'm making content. I put 2 markers in the chat, and now I know where it is in the VOD. I can come back later and highlight it, download that chunk of the VOD, and then I'll boot it up on YouTube as a tutorial explanation, which is what my tutorial series is on YouTube. So, like, this whole... If I go to my YouTube channel real quick and then immediately mute my own video, this whole playlist right here, this is literally just like me explaining random stuff that people ask during a stream, and then I just highlight it and export it, basically. I add an intro and an outro and just boot it up onto YouTube. Are useful for idiots like you? I mean, you just want me to make more socks. So then I have to go and disagree with somebody in YouTube comments because, you know. Because this person is shouting about stress balance. I'm like, it's already pretty balanced though, shrug. And then they're like, not really unless you micromanage temples and others' needs that cause mayhem if unmet. I'm like, explain then why I have zero issues with stress unless I willingly let dwarfs go nuts, which is fact. Like, every now and again there's one dwarf who's just a lost cause, but like, the majority of them are fine. You're not a ghost because, you know, I put you where you need to be. Time to make a homemade song with music maker apps? Okay, do that. Have fun. I mean, I am saving my money to invest in modular synthesizers so I can do that with a physical machine. So, right there with you. It's a very unpopular opinion, but I will forever most likely hold true to my opinion that, or at least for the time being, hold true to my opinion that a lot of people just don't know what they're doing when it comes to managing dwarven stress. And it is pretty balanced. But maybe I've just fully drank the Kool-Aid, I don't know. That or I'm just some sort of Dwarf Fortress wizard. Spring has arrived. So how many dwarves do you guys think are going to die of old age? I got like 8 that could die, maybe more. Maybe close to a dozen actually that could die. I mean, literally, from my experience, all you really need to do to keep your dwarves from going insane in the early years is make a dormitory so they're not sleeping outside. Make sure they have alcohol, which is very easy to do. Make sure they have some variety of alcohol, which is also very easy to do. And literally just make a zone for a tavern, set it to citizens only, and make a zone. Somehow 80 dwarves will die. Just every dwarf dies of old age at the exact same time and the fort ends. Make a zone for a tavern and make a zone for an anything temple, and you're just kind of fine. Also, yeah, make some mugs. It's like, make some mugs. Yeah, it's had taverns for, I guess, technically 3 versions now. Just make some mugs, make a tavern, and zone a temple, and you're fine. And the first trade caravan comes by, buy 1 book, and then make a library with a bookcase in it, and you're good. Like, and then, yeah, crush corpses, and you're fine. Like, really, that's all you need to do to manage dwarven moods. And just make sure they have some indoor spaces to go, and don't leave them outside in the rain all the time. I don't think anybody died. Yeah, nobody died. Bullets dodged. I don't have to make corkscrews right now, sir. You've only mandated that I can't export them. I don't actually have to make them right now. You got one more year. Also, the annual tributes from Basti Jismak has arrived. The group of alchemy, 132. Yeah, no, totally. Just like you just have to take advantage of all of like I I don't know. I guess when I look at YouTube comments, I feel like I'm a crazy person because everybody, like the overwhelming majority, seems to think that or seems to vehemently disagree with me. But like the people who watch my streams, you guys kind of agree with me, right? Like I don't think I'm crazy. 10 louse Icor. Thank you. The fuck's a louse? A very distressing looking bug. Wingless insects. Parasites. Living externally on warm-blooded hosts, which include many species of bird and singular of lice. Oh. I just learned something. According to Wikipedia, it's a whole family of 5,000 subspecies, though, so you know. Did you guys know that louse is the singular of lice? Because I didn't. Oh, but someone's pet ram died of old age. So, that gets dumped. Also, I only have one alpaca left. The rest all died. I feel sad. You got head lice from your cousin? Oh, I'm so sorry. Because, Reinhardt, when the humans bring trade caravans, or rather when caravans arrive, they have a line of code, which the way Tarn has described it is liquid in barrel. And it just pulls a random liquid from the game, puts it into a barrel, and gives it to you as an option to trade. So that's how mysteriously you get barrels of gremlin tears and barrels of ant ichor and barrels of cat blood and barrels of no, not magma. That because magma's not technically a usable liquid. So that's how you get barrels of ant venom and other lovely materials of that sort. Miasma is not a liquid. Miasma is a smell. Barrels of gremlin tears are legendary in Dwarf Fortress, yeah. Yeah, anyway, I don't think I've fully drank the Kool-Aid. I think I'm just at risk of sounding like an elitist shit, better at this game than most people. Because I spend more time playing it than most people, so I have this unfair advantage. All right, so the elves have arrived to trade. Did I even trade with them last time they were here? I can't actually remember. Probably also brew some alcohols. You had to improvise. Thinga? Is the thinga gonna put you through the ringer? Also, something scared my unicorns again. There they all go. That hurts my frame rate, by the way, is things scaring my unicorns. And then all my dwarves having to, like, put the unicorns back in their pen. I could make them not pet passable, but then, like, whenever I had to go, like, slaughter them, I'd have to make them pet passable. Here come all the dwarves to fix that problem. I think I'm also just, I play a lot of games that involve staring at systems and memorizing how systems work. So I think I just have straight up more experience than other people doing this stuff, Board to Beers. What are the red things? The red U's are baby unicorns. They're unicorn foals. Or as I like to call them, punicorns. Are you sure, Freeways? I thought that they get stuck behind it. I could be wrong. That would make things very easy, actually. Prepared unicorn brain, intestines, heart, eye, brain, kidney, lung, spleen, intestines, heart, brain, lung, intestines, and heart. Excellent. I'm sure the elves will very much appreciate our the meats that we were trading them. In regards to reading walls of text, well, I mean, it's not so much reading walls of text. The walls of text is the easy bit. It's memorizing dwarf behavior that's hard. I think the bigger problem actually is a lot of people read online that it's very easy to die to tantrum spirals, and it's very easy to die to this problem, and this is a problem, and this is a problem, and this is a problem, and then they assume that all of those problems are still problems, and then when they start to have the slightest bit of problem, they just assume that that's the problem that's happening, even though those are problems that don't exist in Dwarf Fortress anymore. Yes. So this is why I am, like, I completely agree with you, Reinhardt, and that's why I'm of the opinion, and I don't know how popular an opinion this is. There's some things in Dwarf Fortress that shouldn't be balanced. In fact, they should stay broken. Because they're excellent for story generation. You know, there's a lot of people out there, I think, that, you know, play games like RimWorld. And then they try and play Dwarf Fortress like those games. Dwarf Fortress isn't like those games, and that's what makes Dwarf Fortress special. The fact that it's not like those games. The fact that the game is just kind of fucked in some ways. You know, Dwarf Fortress isn't an RTS. And if you try and play it like one, you'll have problems. Like, there was a streamer who streamed this game for a little bit, and she had quite a bit of fun with it for like the first 2 months or so, on and off, and then kind of started to get good at it, and exactly, Gobs, exactly. All the games that just try to be DF fail. Towns, No Moria, Shall I Continue? Well, actually, Odd Realm is doing pretty well in its own right, and I hope that Odd Realm continues to do well, because I really like Odd Realm. Which you should go check out if you want a game that's like Dwarf Fortress, but a lot lighter. Lighter in the mechanics, lighter in the depth, lighter in the everything, and much more of just a chill town builder, but similar view perspective, similar building perspective, similar idea behind it. I mean, In Nomia exists, but, like, No Moria did fail. Here, I'll just give you a link to Odd Realm. It's also on itch.io if you want to give the developer more money. But it's cheap as chips, so. Dev also has a Patreon, which I support. The complexity is what makes DF worth playing. Yes, but it's also what makes DF intimidating. So playing an easier game that, or a less deep game that does things in similar ways is a really good learning tool. What about RimWorld? Tetris Law? What about Tetris? Tetris is perfect video game. Love Tetris. I mean, there's a lot of copycats that sell themselves off of the back of Dwarf Fortress, and it irks me a little bit. I think using Dwarf Fortress as one of your main marketing taglines is always disingenuous and kind of shitty. So whenever I see a game now that's like, it's like Dwarf Fortress, but I look at it and go, it's nothing like Dwarf Fortress. The fuck you on about? One of the more egregious recent examples is a game called Space Haven. I like Space Haven. I think Space Haven's great. But it's nothing like Dwarf Fortress. Not even remotely close. Actually, I got a proper question for you, Tetris. What about Zoidberg? What about Zoidberg? What about Zoidberg? That's a terrible Zoidberg. Don't even get me started on that subject. God, Octagonal Raven. Because I'm one of those diehard, like, this is a roguelike, this is not a roguelike people. I'm one of those people. And because roguelikes are one of my favorite, if not my favorite, subgenres of games, and it's slowly just getting contorted out of what it once was into something completely different that I hate. And it makes me so sad. You've actually played Rogue? Cheers. I stream quite a few. I don't know how long you've been around the stream, by the way. I feel like you're kind of new, but I stream quite a few traditional roguelikes. In fact, I almost did a late night stream last night of Rift Wizard, but I instead smoked a bowl and went to bed because I figured that was probably smarter. Just don't buy Rogue on the Steam because the original developers aren't getting any credit for it. Just go download one of the freeware later, more updated versions of the game. That's because I told you guys to add words to it, so this is what I get. Jesus. Damn, good time, by the way, Peter, in the Minesweeper room. I'm going to stream some more Minesweepers soon. Starting to miss it. You know what? What? Chicken butt. You know, honestly, Gobs, like, that's also a fair thing that I haven't said is there's a lot of people who genuinely don't have the time to learn a game like this, and that's completely fair. You know, for all of the people out there who talk about that, you know, they don't have the time, or it's too much work, or they don't want to learn Dwarf Fortress, that's totally fair. Because learning Dwarf Fortress is kind of like learning D&D. It's more than just learning a video game. It's kind of like picking up a hobby in a way, which is completely fair if somebody doesn't ever or won't ever have time to do that. And anything that can like lower that learning curve, and I don't think that Lazy Noob Pack makes the learning curve any easier. If anything, I think it actually makes it kind of harder in a way because there's 3 menus you need to worry about, a lot of instability that you need to worry about, and a lot of things that make the game more crashy. And I desperately hope that the Steam version negates the need for new players, specifically, to install DF Hack and Dwarf Therapist to play the game. I think that those tools should still exist for advanced players who want to do mega builds and stuff, but for new players, I think that the game will be improved tenfold if Dwarf Therapist isn't necessary for new players. Totally. No, I totally understand that, Gobs. I mean, I have 4,000 hours in RimWorld. I love RimWorld, right? My stream team exists because we all met playing RimWorld. One of my teammates runs an annual charity event called the Hot Potato Challenge, which we all take part in, which raised $60,000 for Doctors Without Borders this past year, playing RimWorld. That's literally all it is. It's a RimWorld-based charity. So it's very much a, like, I have a lot of love for RimWorld. but I also have a lot of hate for RimWorld because of how much it sold itself on being like Dwarf Fortress when it's nothing like Dwarf Fortress. It has one thing in common with Dwarf Fortress. There are little characters in game that you have some control over, most control over, that kind of interact in like a sort of community-based sense. That's it. That's where the similarities begin and end. Oh, also you can like build walls and stuff and beds. And they produce masterworks occasionally. That's basically where the similarities begin and end. And then everything else I dislike more about RimWorld than DF. Dwarf Fortress does everything else better. The only thing RimWorld does better is portions of the combat. It does better. I need to make some more fabric. I guess, yeah, they can also mine. But they don't need picks. They got very strong fingernails. Or teeth. whatever you're imagining. Isn't that what that is? Or do you mean like a grid sense? I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think we're going to get like a grid screen. Because Tarn really doesn't want to do that. But I don't know. Some of you guys were asking me when I'm going to have Tarn on again to talk to him. I'm going to see if I can get him on in February. At some point. Sooner rather than later. Because I wasn't planning on having him on for a while, but with that new update being announced, I'm going to see if I can get him on sooner rather than later. Yeah, I mean, you can. I think what he means when he says all jobs visible, I think what he means is he wants to be able to see every job that all the dwarves have assigned, not the job that they're currently doing. He wants to be able to see all of this on one screen. I disagree, though. I think it's fun not knowing, but I also have, that's an unpopular opinion. I know that. I'm definitely in the minority there. Most people want the opposite. But the way he was talking at PAX didn't make it sound like he wanted to go that route. You do realize I'm not going to read them all in one get-go, right? Stone? I'm going to, like, have a backlog? Yes. Exactly, Aqua. Another thing is, like, a lot of people play Dwarf Fortress, like, they think that everything needs to be the highest possible quality and every dwarf needs to be perfectly min-maxed. But because they have such personalities, like that one dwarf that I showed off earlier, who really wants to be a scholar, but gets really depressed while being a scholar, so I then need to, like, micromanage him back and forth between being a scholar and being a military dwarf. Most players would just let that dwarf go nuts. Like, that dwarf would just go insane. There's no ifs and buts about that. That dwarf would just go crazy because most players would look at that dwarf and be like, why is this dwarf going insane? And then never really bother to look into it beyond that. So to many people, that dwarf is just broken, right? To me, that's a dwarf with an interesting personality because I look at this game kind of differently than most people. If that makes any sense. Apparently I have a horse. Should probably slaughter that. I'm not saying they should add more. I just think that the game would not benefit from having some removed. Which dwarf's thoughts? The one that really wants to be a what do you call it? Wasn't this one? Yeah, it's this dwarf. I have to like micromanage this dwarf back and forth between abstract thinking. Doesn't feel anything after lack of abstract thinking for too long. Dejected after being unable to take it easy for too long. Wants to do trouble. I put them in the military. They train for a bit. They get positive thoughts for a period of time, and then they stop getting positive thoughts from training. And then I have to put them back into being a scholar for a bit. And then they get a lot of positive thoughts, and then they start getting depressed. Yeah, biting demonstration. My favorite is miscellaneous object, because if they have really high skill in miscellaneous object, they can literally, like, that's how you get those stories of people picking up a lion and throwing a lion through a lion. Stories, like that famous artwork of a combat log of a dwarf picking up a lion, a living lion, and throwing the lion at the lion, and killing a lion by throwing a lion at a lion. That's the miscellaneous object skill, where they can just pick up anything off the ground and huck it at something. What do you mean by outweigh? You mean like that is the main accessibility feature? Like the main thing that's keeping people from playing it? Because I won't disagree with that. I don't know why anybody would disagree with that. The UI isn't a UI. It's literally just a list of hotkeys. Like, they never made a UX for this game. Like, Dwarf Fortress doesn't have a GUI interface. Like, if you know anything about UX design, you'll agree with me. Dwarf Fortress just straight up doesn't have a GUI interface. It's not that the game has bad UI. It doesn't have a UI. And so for somebody like me who just memorizes hotkeys anyways, it's not a problem because I know all of the hotkeys. So it's like riding a bicycle. It's like, okay, well, I need to forbid a thing. Like, I know what the hotkey is for everything. I need to look at a thing. Well, I need to look at this. All right, I need to look at a dwarf. I hit that. I don't even think about, like, somebody asks me, they're like, what's the hotkey combination for this? I'm like, hold on, let me sit down at my keyboard and check. Because, like, I literally, it's like riding a bike for me. Like, and this is how I play all games. Any game with any hotkeys, like, within a couple of hours, I won't actually ever click buttons because it's not like learning a language. It's like learning a tabletop game. You know, if you sit down to play Ticket to Ride, fucking fantastically phenomenal board game, and you don't have the rules, you'll never figure out how to play the game properly. Because all you see is a bunch of fucking pieces. You and your 4 friends are sitting around this board and you're just staring at it going, what the heck do all of these pieces do? I said I came to Ticket to Ride because I was watching Simcopter play it last night. And it's like, how the fuck do you play this game? You'll never figure it out. So you have to read the manual. DF is just like that, right? If you just sit down and try and play Dwarf Fortress, you'll figure it out, but it'll take you a really long time. You need to read the wiki. You need to follow the manual, right? That's the problem with DF. It's not like learning a language. It's not like learning to read. It's not complicated. You just have to read the fucking manual. And a lot of people don't do that. Or they skim it. What you mean is you may be better in every way, but because of the UI and the controls, you'd rather play something else. It's sad. Totally fair. Like, totally legitimate. I don't understand why typing is difficult, but what bothers me is when people tell me that they can't play the game because they can't see the characters, and I just go, I have one eye that barely fucking works and I'm legally blind and my eye doctor wants me to take a white cane home. And you can't see the characters? The fuck's wrong with you? Like, if you say, like, you don't want to learn DF because the controls are complicated and the UI is obtuse, fair. If your reason is you can't see what's going on, I call bullshit. Sorry, that's not a good excuse. You just don't want to learn the game. That's fine. Just say you don't want to learn the game. I can't help you at that point. It's like, I'm legally blind. And I can play this just fine. No, I like ranting. It's okay. This is a good talk. I don't mind this. There are very good written and video tutorials out there for DF. Yes, totally. There's very good video tutorials. There's very good written tutorials. There's also really badly written tutorials and really bad videos. So you kind of need to like be careful and don't find something that's out of date. A lot of the classic ones are. Do I have a special blown up monitor? I have two 30-inch BenQ monitors that are 1080p. So are they particularly special or blown up? No, but like they're not small and tiny and they're big. So I've got two 30-inch 1080p monitors and a 26-inch 1080p monitor. Sometimes I need to like adjust my glasses, squint, and lean in for certain things. Like a friend of mine is working on a piece of software for me, and I had to ask him the other day if he could like let me zoom in 5 times, and he's like, "Why?" And I'm like, "Because I literally am like squinting and craning my neck to see these, like the information on this." And he goes, "Oh, okay." And he just fired me a patch. But it's like that's the kind of point where I'm at with a lot of things. It's like general, like to give you an idea, I'll show you how blown up I have YouTube. This is what my YouTube looks like. It's sitting at 200% currently, right? So like when I do stuff on YouTube, this is what it looks like to me. Super zoomed in, right? So also spoilers, you can see what videos are coming out. But yeah, it's like that's what my shit looks like. Most of DOS Tactics tutorials are super out of date. Super out of date. Like I actually wouldn't use any of his tutorials because most of them are useless at this point. Fucking James Hoffman is amazing. Love that man. Fucking love that man. I will watch that man talk about coffee and slurp coffee for 20 minutes a week. It's always beautiful. No, I just have 1920 by 1080 30-inch monitors strapped together to make one giant screen. I live in a screen. Also, if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm literally just making silver tables and slowly furnishing the entire fortress with silver tables, while also working on new clothes for everybody. That's actually what I'm doing. Because the, well, yeah, because every time we harvest pigtails, I do another round of cloth, and we're just slowly working our way through all of this. Although this will get done quicker if I turn off this squad, so you guys have trained enough. For the near future, currently it's figure out why the fuck I'm not getting any migrants, but it's mostly just surviving and just slowly building out things. Like I'm working on this tower. I mean, it's mostly just like construction projects, right? Also, I feel like you've asked me that a couple times today, and I feel like I've answered that question a couple times today. That or someone else asked me that today. Longdeath is mostly about just surviving. How are they doing? I mean, I don't know the king yet, so they must be doing okay. I can't tell you right now because the game's saving. Let it finish saving and then I'll show you. I think they're still locked in eternal combat with the goblin pits, which is probably why I'm not getting migrants. But I don't want to tell the goblins where I am, so I'm not going to go invade them. Yeah, they're still invading. My second queen, I think, sending their armies in on repeat to go invade them and invade them and invade them. the humans had a new mayor appointed in this town recently. The elves haven't really expanded much. The other dwarven faction, which is these guys, have been expanding because they aren't at war with anybody. This goblin group kind of expanded a bit and then just kind of stopped. They haven't really expanded much in the last 80 years or so. I want to be close to friends. All right. We're going to let all this stockpile stuff get done. And there we go. So everybody's going to finish putting everything away, and then all my dwarves are going to go take a break. His body was split into 2 pieces. Nice. I can't wait to see all of the very violent screenshots of the Steam version of DF. That's what I'm actually looking forward to. Like, truly, that's what I'm looking forward to. Did a projector monitor not work well? Projector monitors are horrible. Also, why did you ask did not work well? I've never bought one because they're awful. You need perfect lighting at all times. They require bright lights, so you can't really dim them. I fucking hate projectors. I had one friend growing up whose dad was obsessed with gaming projector monitors, and they're garbage. Can't stand that shit. No, just a nice pixel density large monitor is just fine. If something is way too small, I can scale down my monitor or use Windows accessibility options, and it's just fine. But no, I will never use a projector monitor. Especially for streaming. That would be awful. Having extra light sources? Ugh. Gross. I don't know. That's just one of the weirdest questions I've had in a minute about monitors and stuff. You've clearly never had to use one of those if you think that's a good option. All right. Hauling stuff is almost done here. Look at this. They're going to go watch a bookbinding demonstration. I'm pretty sure I still have all of the guilds' members only. Set all this stuff to all visitors welcome. Is that scholars discover things? If you really want your scholars to discover things, do a young world. For some reason, the Dwarf Fortress community is obsessed with old worlds. If you want to make discoveries and write books, do a young world. Because stuff can only be discovered once. Oh shit, I didn't realize that Smash T had a lover. Human caravan has arrived to trade as well as the royal treasure. I'm going to take this opportunity to go use the toilet. So I will be back in a moment. I have been streaming for almost 4 hours without a break. So if you've been watching since the beginning, I recommend you stand up and stretch. I will be back in Less than a minute, probably. I'm also going to prep some stuff for lunch because I'm getting hungry a little bit. Anyway, BRB. Don't go anywhere too fast. Could I get a round of beers, though, to all those of you hanging out? And thanks for all, like, the ludicrous amount of support today. BRB. And would you look at that? The other trading caravan has arrived as well. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. Our world is the same as ever. What request do you have of our merchants? Please just bring me wood so I don't piss off the elves. Even though they didn't actually successfully trade with me this time, they never actually unloaded their wagon. They just kind of sat there for a bit until they kind of left. And they want a bunch of things from me, and I'm not going to give them any of those things. And they say, let me bid you farewell to you and your stout dwarves until next year. Something, something, fortunes rise and fall. Something, something together. But no, I guess kind of at the end of the day, I am in the very privileged position where I get to play, or I guess work on learning this game on a level that not many people have the time, patience, energy, or ability to, because of my position as somebody who plays video games on the internet full-time for a living, right? So because of this incredibly fortunate, privileged position, I get the honor of getting to, you know, dig deeper into this game than most people ever will. Or maybe I'm cursed to. I don't know. That's up to you. I'll leave that one up to you guys to decide. So I'm incredibly fortunate to be able to do that. And so I guess my opinion isn't really valid because the opinion of the masses is more important than the opinion of me. And as has been made rather obvious, there's certainly a lot of people that vehemently disagree with me when it comes to things like my take on how certain certain mechanics and how things are balanced is, because I look at them differently, and I would be crazy to think of that any other way. Look at all these, my bins are starting to break down. I'm gonna trade you all my small gems. I'll also take the large gems, that's fine. Trade you all of the clothing. So to me, things that I don't even think of as like a problem, other people see as a problem. Things that I don't think of as, yeah, beds degrading and bins degrading. And any wooden item will degrade over time. I wonder if wooden walls degrade. I know like all wooden furniture degrades, which is why it happens to beds, bins, and barrels. But it degrades so slowly that most people never actually run into it. So yeah, maybe my opinion is valid. Maybe it isn't, but I'm just very excited for the Steam version to come out for two main reasons. Very excited because hopefully it'll be good for the longevity of my stream. Which is the selfish side of it, but also on a, the flip side of it is I hope that, other people out there are going to get deeper into this game, closer to a level that I have, because it's a very rewarding game to put time into. Good question. Bins, beds, and boxes? What's the other B? Bins, beds, and batteries. Bins, beds, and batteries also sounds like a 90s edutainment property. Bins, beds, and barrels. Bins, beds, barrels. Yeah, there you go. 3 Bs. Yes, that doesn't that sounds like something that would have been sold. That sounds like something that you would have bought through Scholastic magazine in 2001. Like, what's the Steam version going to include? Like, what do you mean? I don't know what they're looking to have completed before the Steam release. I know what the feature list is, but that's public. You can go look that up yourself. But, like, the Steam version is just going to have a unique, fully functional tile set. And it's going to have a fully reworked UX and full mouse support and a soundtrack. That's the Steam version. They need to have all of that implemented. They're still rebuilding the UI. And then also they need to tie it into the Steamworks stuff so that it works with Steam Workshop and all of that as well. And I've heard rumors in the grapevine that because the tile set has been done for so long, a certain mef is working on a fan-made tile set that he's just going to have on the workshop at day one. So, and I've heard that from a few sources, including mef. So, supposedly there will probably be multiple tile sets at launch on the Steam version that are just ready to go. The thing I really hope they do is I hope, like, a little while before launch, they release like a sprite sheet or something, or like a sprite sheet overlay that like so other artists can make their own tile sets and have those ready for launch, because it would be really neat if like the Steam version launched with the official tile set and like a bunch of other compatible tile sets, because the Steam version tile set's going to have way more tiles than most other tile sets have right now. I've seen dwarves have that thought before, so I could believe that. Freeways. Wait, what? I hope you're doing well. How's things? But Tivo, did that answer your question? I'm just very much hoping that it just makes the entry point of getting into DF lower, because I'm kind of tired of hearing the same excuses from people. That's all. So this is just going to be for metal furniture. And like I've told people, the feature that I'm the most excited for is the fucking soundtrack. And also, like, it'll probably make the point of entry for Classic DF lower too, because the DF Classic, which is what we all currently play, which is free, is also getting the UI overhaul. So DF Classic is getting the same new UX overhaul. I don't think it's getting the mouse support overhaul, but it's just not going to have the graphics or soundtrack. So, like, it's buy the premium graphics if you want them, or you could just play the game without graphics. And because, like, the UX is the main sticking point for many people, which is totally fair, I have this...
Mr. Streamer, thanks for the quality entertainment.
Because it's the UX that's pushing most people, a large portion of the people away from the game, like, the free version also getting that's going to be huge. But wait, what? Thank you very much for the 7th month. Welcome back with that Prime sub. Can I get a round of beers for wait, what? Keeping that subscription alive. It's good to have you around. Also, thanks for the lurks, Habitual. Alright, we need to follow Cryo so I can do my trading. My trading. Are you headed to bed, cutest? Also, Ponce, thanks for the host. If you guys don't know Ponce, I'm taking that as a yes. Go follow Ponce, please. He'll argue and disagree, but you should indeed go follow Ponce. Go watch him play League of Legends and hate his life and tell him that it will all be okay one day. One day, Riot will no longer exist, and we won't need to play League of Legends anymore. Or Riot will make a fighting game, and then he won't need to play League of Legends anymore because he can just play the fighting game. That would be a better life, wouldn't it? Although in reality, Ponce, what do you think is going to come out first? The fighting game that they're supposedly working on, or that MMO that they're supposedly working on? I feel like that MMO is going to come out first. You're doing something else tomorrow? Yeah. I understand that feel. Although I don't actually want to trade the gems. I just want to trade the bin, which I don't actually think is an option here. That's fine. I'm going to buy some clear glass, some green glass, some crystal glass, some green glass. I'll trade this for other glass. You're not super interested in the MMO? I mean, I'm sure the MMO will be some good idle time, right? It'll give you something else to do in between. Are there any games that you're looking forward to right now, Ponce? I mean, obviously not Riot Games' stuff, but... Oh, really? You made a list? Did you check it twice? Are you gonna find out who's been naughty or nice? LOL, Mom, it's an MMO about LOL. Help me. Kill me. You know, I'm surprised nobody's made a League of Legends based tabletop RPG. How has that not happened yet? Like, serious question. How have they not made that yet? Oh, hey, Everspace 2 is in early access now. I'm kind of tempted to try that. I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of tempted to try Everspace 2. May or may not be homebrew. Okay, I'm surprised there isn't an official one. How's that? I mean, there's lore in League of Legends, and League of Legends makes bajillions of dollars. So they could like stretch that lore to put things in it. When I did the Santa thing. I mean, I'm very funny sometimes, and sometimes my jokes are even seasonally appropriate, and sometimes they're definitely not, which is most of the time. You're pumped for the fighting game simply for the reason that you hope the people who are as bad as you start playing it, and you're the only fighter you like is melee, and you're just yeah. I don't know. I've always been notoriously terrible at those types of games. All right, so you do know some people who play one. Fair. Hey, at least League of Legends is better than Smite, where they actually kind of have their own lore, whereas Smite's just like, it's gods! There is technically lore, yeah. I remember reading like the League of Legends lore once and just being like, you know what? Fucking nah. Just fucking nah. Has anybody played Xlarn? This thing? The mostly positive reviews is like pushing me away from it. Looks very basic, but I'm okay with basic. Main games you're looking forward to are Cyber Shadow, Hollow Knight 2, Darkest Dungeon 2, Elden Ring, Warhammer 40,000, Darktide, Saga Frontier. What's that? The Riot fighting game, if that ever comes out? Yeah, those all sound like you games. Those do. No, I said mostly positive reviews. Not positive reviews. Mostly positive. There's not a lot of them, and they're only 75% positive, which means 5 out of 20 people who reviewed it didn't like it. One of these reviews, which is negative, and the person has 37 hours, is literally just, you missed the bat misses you. 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 All the way down to the bottom, which is the bat killed you. Kind of funny. So, also Viking Lord, by the way, we were able to get 5 people at the same time playing Lost Flame. 5 people online at the same time playing Lost Flame. That's just all that bat luck. That bat luck. Someone's a stinky loser. Seems like it, yeah. You gotta go buy grape juice. Cheers, Ponce. See you when we see you. Also, when that 40,000 Dark Tide comes out, I might be down. I wouldn't be down to stream it, but I might be down to play it with you. If it's the one I'm thinking of. That's the, it's just Left 4 Dead, but 40k, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, by Fat Shark. Yeah, I'd be down to play that. Just saying. With 3 people? The dev put the game on sale for the first time. It's weird what that does, right? Everybody's like, oh, it's on sale. And then everybody buys it, even though it was like, what, $1 off, basically? But yeah, it went on sale. And so there was a bunch of people playing. And then I streamed it late at night, and everybody just kind of was like, ah, fuck it. And everybody just kind of bought it. And we had a bunch of people playing. It was a good time. And then I went and died to Boneheaded Baldwin. Who only 3.4% of players have beaten, by the way. $1's a dollar. Yeah, I mean, $1's a dollar. By the way, the game that I'm referring to that we had people playing was this. Here, I'll link it. I'll show it first, though. It's not on sale anymore, though. This thing. It's a little Dark Souls inspired traditional roguelike. Hard as nails, but has multi-tile enemies, online functionality, and a bunch of other cool shit. Lots variations in loot and like got a review from Brick of Clay, who was one of the people who bought it the other day. Yeah, no, this game's great. And I take a lot of credit for most of the reviews on it are people from this chat, because it had 4 reviews when I first streamed it. Most of the reviews are from people who watch me. $15 me, too expensive. Steam, game, it's on sale. Your game on your wish list is on sale, $14.99. Yeah, I mean, also that game totally has enough content for it, like, to be worth it easily. It's easily worth the money that they're asking for it. So currently, dwarves are just kind of relaxing and socializing. If anybody's wondering what I'm actually letting them doing, I'm just letting them do nothing right now. The only dwarves that are actively working are, I got some dwarves that are brewing, but most of these dwarves are meditating, praying, listening to stories. Ooh, I wonder what story you're telling. In mid-autumn of year 5, the dwarf Ezem Wild Cloistered became the king of the ignited creation, and then died in, I think, year 90? Something like that? I very much do want some baby dwarfs, yes. And Red has slipped into depression. R.I.P. Red. But yes, no, we definitely want some baby dwarfs. I mean, currently we have 5 children in the fort. We need more. Yes. Brewer's a very important career path for a dwarf. Which is why our great scholar Brander buddy is brewing drinks from plants. And is satisfied at work. But wants to acquire something. How old are you now? Morden the second is 3. And you feel enjoyment after playing make-believe. And you say, an artisan, their materials and the tools that shape them. There's some weird make-believe you're playing. As drinker? That's like saying... something is as important as breathing. And then also stating that breathing is a career. Man, I bought a fucking record today. I'm supposed to be saving for synthesizers, damn it. Hold my ale. No guarantees you'll get it back, though. You have over 10,000 hours of breathing? I think I've spent most of my life breathing, actually. You know, just most... There's a couple months in the middle there where I'm not sure if I was or not, but... Your daughter loves to point out that turtles can breathe through their butts. Pardon? Excuse me? What frame loss? Like, literally my frame rate doesn't change at all without the mist maker, so... It doesn't cause any frame loss. The only thing it does do is sometimes dwarves panic and have to get out of the way because it dumps too much water down and they're like, oh no, this is a dangerous spot. And that causes some pathing weirdness, but generally it's just fine. This reminds me of Witcher music. That's a lot of hours. Be like... Smelly breath they must have. I read that in Yoda's voice. You only have 10 hours in breathing. Yeah, you gotta grind those hours out, otherwise, like, you're not gonna live very long. It's not really breathing. Huh. More like diffusing. The more you know, Morden. How big is this save file? Good question. I've never checked. I could go tell you, though. Give me a second. Data. Save. Probably not that big. Properties. 50 megabytes. I've never exported the legends, so I wouldn't know. Someone could, in theory, do that, but... Technically, you only need to be 14 to watch Twitch. But for this specific channel, you should probably be 18 because of some of the stuff I talk about. But if you're under 18, just don't tell me. Because, like, you know, we can go from alcohol abuse to suicide to drug abuse to candy to turtles breathing through their butts back to video games to, I don't know, workplace abuse to coffee. All of the serious subjects are covered here. Early autumn, which means the annual tributes from Basti Pimay and Nulan Abo have arrived. I won't tell you then. Exactly, don't, please. Gore. Mm-hmm. Yeah, violence. Raping and pillage, yes. Raping and pillaging of the English. We did discuss the raping and pillaging of the English yesterday. That was a rather long discussion that we had, because you can't roleplay Vikings and Dwarf Fortress without the English, because you can't rape and pillage without the English. Grape, billage, and blunder. But be oh dear. Are you present, Stone, or do I need to screenshot these? Probably not, Rosevine. Probably okay. Probably okay. I mean, the last one hasn't shown up as flagged as not safe for ads, so I think we're okay. And I said some really bad words yesterday, so we're okay. Hello, Norstad. How we do? Oh my god. Stone, are you here? I need to move my camera. Oh boy. I'm looking for weird rocks or weird blocks. That is quite the thing. Okay, so we need the French and the English. I don't know. It's easier just to like pick on one country. I don't think they really I don't think they were particularly picky as to who they sacked. Darren. I'm just going to assume Stone is not here. Let's screenshot these for him. How have I been? I've been all right. I've been all right. Of course, you know, always could be better, always have been worse. One conglomerate block. Adisite was probably brought to us. I'm not sure about that one. They sacked Constantinople that one time? Yes, that one time. And 5 raspberries. Yes. Well, it's more like 5 units of raspberries. Like 5 raspberries is like enough to fill a barrel, right? So it's like, that's a lot more than just 5 raspberries. It's probably more like 5 kilos of raspberries, but you know. They didn't bother putting them in anything. Yeah, they're just loose raspberries. Oh, shit. Trash battery is chained again. Whenever I fail to complete a mandate, trash battery gets put in prison. Which I think is hilarious because trash battery doesn't mind being confined and just is happy about it at this point. Trash battery has done so many prison sentences. Whenever I miss a mandate, which happens occasionally, once or twice every other stream or so, for whatever reason, trash battery gets blamed for it. And she doesn't feel anything after being confined and feels pleasure near a completely sublime restraint and feels pleasure near a completely sublime container and feels pleasure near a completely sublime cabinet. Just like happy near a fine bed. Just like doesn't seem to mind. Totally fine with this. I just think that's way too funny. Ponder probing. Probing. All right. Whatever you're into. Yeah, no, honestly, it's probably just like the volunteer. It's like, I'll do it. Okay, who's doing the prison sentence? So I gotta blame somebody. What do you think probing is? In the context of Dwarf, I'm not sure. A few seeds are in the way. It's true. A few seeds are in the way. We can't close the door. It's happened many times. It's like this door that's had a scroll in it for a very long time. It's a Kakapo parchment scroll created by Bastet. The rollers are made from rhyolite, and the rollers are made from masterfully worked nice by Bastet. And it's been there for like 15 years. I should probably just remove the door and then they'll haul it. But it's been stuck there for a while. You know what's really funny to me is when people in YouTube comments recommend I watch Krug Smash. They're like, Blind, if you haven't heard of Krug Smash, you should watch Krug Smash. I'm like, did you watch my video? Because he's in the credits. And I get that like weirdly frequently. The Outpost Liaison and the Dwarves have arrived to trade once again. Time's powering by today. Yeah, of course, asking meaningful questions. There's also the part where I use a modified version of Krug Smash's tile set. I think people on the internet are just kind of dense sometimes. I'm actually not sure what it is. It could be part of an interrogating action, but in the context of Dwarf Fortress, I'm not entirely certain what... Like, that dwarf is studying probing, but I'm not entirely certain what that means in the context of Dwarf Fort. I'll be completely honest. I know how interrogating works. Interrogating's pretty fun in Fortress mode, actually. When you have, like, a crime happening and it becomes, like, a whole little whodunit. It's quite entertaining. They're still unloading. Just gonna buy the rose gold. And trade. Was playing StarCraft Pro. I mean, that's... probing is also sticking a camera up your bum to see if you have colon cancer. Colon cancer is discovered by probing. There's a lot of things that are probing. You can probe space by sending probes out into space. You can send probes to go discover things. There's a dwarf over here stuck picking up equipment. You okay over there? The poet of phrases, a form of music originating in the Confederacy of Sport. We're playing human music. We're literally playing human music. It's poking something to discover something is probing, basically. If you have a dwarf that's better at it, they'll get better prices. So if you have a designated broker, you'll get better prices. If they have no brokerage skills, you won't know the value of items. Time to go to war. Good luck. Don't die much. I saw Novi tell the story of the removal of Lump from the position of manager of the Eternal Adventure Time in the late summer of '61 at the Simple Dinner. I find this somewhat admirable. Feels admiration after watching a performance. All right. I'm kind of thinking about just expelling this dwarf. Goodbye, Red. You were a good dwarf, but I don't really want you to die here. So please leave as soon as you stop being depressed for a minute. I mean, someone had to say it, right, Freeways? What are you guys even... That's... That's all I have to say is, what are you guys even... I would think that would be the other way around, but... Getting all fan-fiction-y up in here? Yeah, I'm not ready for that. Yeah, more than perfect description of how I currently feel about chat. What? No. God, Cooler did such a good job on that emote. You want to know what my description for Cooler was when I told him to draw me that emote? I'm like, I need a blank emote. And he goes, okay, describe it. I'm like, just make an emote that is this. Although I can't type it in. That. I was like, make an emote that's that, please. I think chat's been cooped up inside too long. Pleasure. See, this is the other thing about dwarves that really like combat. Feels pleasure remembering a sparring session. If they're remembering a positive thing, that's how you get the positive cycles going in their brains so that they stop being stressed. That's how you recover dwarves, is you get that pleasure remembering, positive mood remembering. I thought you said you were going to stop. Also, I merely hastened from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Please, for the love of Christ, kill me. Let's be fancy. Black bronze and rose gold. We'll see you later, Raven. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft dwarfship. Farewell, vocal fury. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortune rise and fall together. Yeah, I would too. A thief has stolen a brass goblet. It's been a while since that's happened. Did someone come visit? Or was it like a gray langer? No, I mean, they already left the map. Oh, you're right. It was probably the exiled dwarf carrying it. You're probably right. That's probably what it was. It might have been a gray langer monkey, though, although I haven't seen them in like 50 years. We forgot to tell him to empty his pockets when he left. How did he get in? It was probably the dwarf that I expelled. The really depressed one. Who, by the way, wanted to join the military, but because he's a merchant, cannot join the military. Which is still technically a bug. I hope that gets fixed in the next version. Also, shout outs to that dwarf. Either somebody just died. I don't think that's the case. Yeah, no, nobody just died. So, the dwarf that just got expelled, who is super depressed, had claimed my Baron's old bedroom. So they're currently emptying out the Baron's old bedroom of his stuff because that was the bedroom that he decided to claim. I mean, don't one for the road, you know? I mean, have you ever, like, gone to a bar and, like, had a pint of beer and then accidentally walked out of the bar with that pint of beer? I've definitely done that. I've certainly stolen beer glasses before. Just because I just had it in my hand and I just walked out. And then I'm, like, 6 blocks up the street and I realize, oh, shit, I'm holding this empty beer glass. Oh, well, just put it in the jacket, keep walking. This is the bonus of being in a country where, like, it's kind of cold out in the winter, but, like, not too cold out that you can't walk outside, so you can just, like, have a relatively big jacket and no one questions you. What, from, like, restaurants and stuff? Just, like, walked out carrying a coffee cup? Yeah, I believe it. I've accidentally stolen pint glasses on several occasions. I saw a dwarf tell a story of the ascension of Erish Ripcrude to the position of Baron of the Ignited Creation in the mid-autumn of year 5 at the Simple Dinner, and it is interesting. I love all these stories they're telling, because I remember all of these things happening. Oh, okay. For a second there, I thought you meant, like, your own coffee shop that you own, and then I was about to be like, is that really theft, though? Is that really theft? If it's your coffee shop? I miss my coffee shop. I miss going to the coffee shop. I save a lot of money not going to the coffee shop, but I still miss the coffee shop. How you doing, more? How's things? I'd shut down Saturday? Like, permanently? Because that's real sucks. That is big suck. No good. Did you die of old age? No. You are 156 years old, and you are currently content remembering sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace. And you say, sometimes I think I need a drink, but I can control myself. What? No, you should drink. You're a goddamn dwarf. Her hair is crinkly. Crinkly. It's an interesting way to describe a dwarf. Oh, that's awful. Bored. Was it like a chain thing? Dwarves can actually overdrink themselves and vomit. I've seen that happen. Dwarves with greedy streaks will sometimes overdrink, and they will get drunk and just start puking. Good shit, freeways. Don't we all? It's been a while since I've done that. Although for health reasons, it would be really bad if I did that now. Reminds me, one time you went on a canal boat through Amsterdam, and they gave blankets to everyone. It was a bit cold that night. At the end, they asked for them back, and you didn't notice and just walked out with that blanket. Good shit. Do you still have that blanket? Not so much with dwarves, unless the dwarf falls asleep in the tavern, Touchshriek. If you fall asleep in a dwarven tavern, that's like just giving them a license to just pour alcohol in your nose until you drown. And it's generally a problem with guests in the fortresses, not so much with your dwarves. Fuchsia Velvet. It's our local dance. But humans that fall asleep in your tavern, yeah, it's a real problem, which is why I never use tavern keepers. They opened it up as a family shop about 5 years ago, and they made it through Saturday, but they just couldn't keep up. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, there's this, there was a privately owned coffee shop that was pretty close to me, which I won't out the name of because it was pretty well known, and it was literally just up the street from me, and they closed back in spring. Makes me very sad because like it was just a few blocks away and very easy for me to just quickly go over there and just grab a cup of coffee in the morning. I miss it dearly. Because, like, I'm not the most social person in the world. Like, I'm not the sort of person to really just go to clubs or anything. But, like, I like ambient social activity. And the thing that's fucked me up through 2020 into 2021 is not being able to just, like, go to coffee shops and, like, hang out at a table and just, like, be around other humans. And not being able to, like, go to bars and just sit at the bar and occasionally talk to a person or just, like, people watch, I guess. Redbeard, what up? I had to just expel your dwarf because he was super depressed and I didn't really want him to just keel over and die. So sent him back to the helix that he came from. Not helix, helix. He didn't say no. That's my job, no? He's unconscious, probably needs more beer. Being alone together is the best. Yeah. So, I don't know. Which is why I've gotten, like, weirdly sappy. If anybody's watched my night streams recently, it's just, like, me bitching about Tinder. Basically. Which usually take the form of puzzle games on the YouTube stream. Or on the YouTube channel. Some sci-fi afterlife. Yeah, the helix. We're gonna send him to the double helix. Catapult him through the gateway into the other realm. God, I hope we get shit like that in the Magic update. Dimensional portals. You have no problems killing the guests and you wish it was easier. Just, if you don't want guests, don't have guests. These are, we have so many ingredients. And so many pigtails. Those puzzles have been great. I'm glad people enjoy them. They're kind of hit and miss on the YouTube channel. Sometimes they do well, views-wise, and sometimes nobody watches them, but I think the people who watch the streams for them really enjoy them, so I'm going to keep doing them. But yeah, no, that comment that you left on the video last night, Redbeard, kind of made my night. It's like, I'm having a hard time sleeping. You're just like, oh, you're really helping my relationship with my wife. It's like, aw, glad I could help. Provide you with some puzzly entertainment. Considering those games are cheaper than a bag of chips or a cup of coffee. Also, has anybody here played Hydra Slayer? Because I was futzing around with that off stream the other day. It's like a division and multiplication math problem roguelike. It's a roguelike where you need to juggle weapons based on how many heads it can cut off Hydras in a single swipe to most efficiently cut off heads of Hydras to stop them from growing back heads faster than you can cut them off. It's weird, but also kind of neat, but I might be too dumb to play it. Come on, dwarves, make some babies, please. What happened to you, Lord Floof? Shocked reliving being forced to endure the decay of a pet. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I shall finish crushing it for you. Thanks for hanging out today, Aquasar. And thanks for the 400 bits. Cheers. And also, I kind of haven't shouted this out enough today, but if anybody is interested in supporting the stream directly and you want to get more physical, or not physical, but like direct perks, if you support me on Patreon, I give out sound commands and such. Thanks, Animal. I'm also like kind of looking at the logistics of sending people stickers or pins. More probing. I mean, if you really want, like, we could, like, I have a $90 a month tier, which is just kind of I don't know, I'll figure it out if somebody actually gives me that much money. So, like, maybe we could, like, discuss that. But currently, probing is not on the menu. No. I never use them. They're very important if you're using minecarts, or if you're in spooky zones. Like, the only time I really use them is if I'm fucking with minecarts, which I basically never do, or if I'm in a haunted biome. I use them to hide, or I use them to forbid zones that. I use them to forbid zones that have, like, haunted gases, or if I'm in a map that has water that will freeze, I will add the freezing areas to a restricted zone so that dwarves aren't standing on it when it thaws, because then they fall into the water and drown. And as, you know, you can probably imagine, that is not an optimal state for a dwarf to be in. that demonetized. I've never had problems with my videos getting demonetized. Hopefully that never happens, but I feel like I'm far too vanilla for my stuff to get demonetized. It's not like I'm a drama channel or something. I'm not really the kind of YouTube person that would go after people. Although I had someone the other day ask me, and I'm still like amazed by this, ask me if I would get banned from Twitch for having my username. They're like, if you streamed on Twitch, would you get banned for having the username blind? I'm like, I literally am streaming right now. Pretty sure I'm not banned for having the name blind. Pretty damn sure. And they were like, I had no idea you streamed. I'm like, you do realize that like 90% of this YouTube channel that you're watching right now is VODs from Twitch, right? I don't know how else to shout out my YouTube, to shout out my Twitch stream on my YouTube. There really isn't much more I can do, and if like you haven't figured it out by this point, then I'm sorry, you're just too dense. Winter is upon us. But yeah, no, I'm not totally sure why I have the $90 a month tier. Although I've been thinking about removing the $1 tier. Do dwarves read slabs? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't believe I've ever seen like a mood regarding or a thought regarding slabs. I would assume they would, but I don't actually know. It will take you 1,388 to get a cube seat launched into space on a Falcon 9. That's a lot of money. Keeps calling. This blind guy has a friend that has a weird name. Keeps calling him Chat for some reason. I actually had somebody comment on. I think it was like it was one of the mid-teens parts of Longdeath. Was literally just like, so I've been watching this since the beginning, and I only just realized this is a live stream. Which is just way too funny. Like, how did it take you that long to figure good question. Maybe just try constructing it somewhere and see, because I've had necromancer slabs before, but I've never constructed one. Maybe just try constructing it and see what happens. Cool. Lots of cloth is getting made. So once I go and then unforbid all of the jobs. You know, that's one thing that I'm happy. That's one trend on YouTube that I'm happy went away. Is and you know, it probably still exists in like the Fortnite sphere and stuff, but the super poorly rendered, very samey like gamer logos that every person on YouTube had. I'm very happy those went away. You know what I'm talking about? Like the 3D renders of like, it's my name, but 3D rendered, and the camera pans around it in a weird way, and then it spins a bunch, and there's weird music in the background, and then boom, that's my logo, and it takes like 10 seconds too long, and it's at the beginning of every video. So happy that trend ended. Like kind of the machinima era logos for all. Yeah, branding. Branding. Glad all that shit went away. This just in. Time is still subjective. Why are we talking about time being subjective? All right. Let's unsuspend all of the clothing jobs. But I'm going to leave everything else as inactive. To cultivate your brand, bruh. I mean, Halcyon Frequency is working on some branding things, which hopefully will be cool in the future. Fingers crossed, will be cool in the future. Also, if you guys haven't yet, do me a favor and go over to Jess's stream and chuck all of your channel points towards the boost this stream goal, which is 78% complete and has 21 hours left. Go over there and chuck all your channel points at that. Help her get towards the goal so that she can get it tomorrow. And if you don't have any channel points over there, easy. Follow, and you'll get 300. And just chuck those at her. Go help out someone else who's in my stream team. Because for those of you who don't know, which I don't talk about very often, I'm in a team. And frankly, if it wasn't for them, I probably wouldn't be here, because the first summer I was in that team was a real fucking rough year, and a lot of the reason this channel is doing as well as it is now these days is part in part because of a lot of work I put into it, but also just general assistance, help, and hosts for my team. It goes a long goddamn way. Thanks, Morton. Points yeeted as you damn should. Damn well should. Hello, stupid. Hey, hi. There we go. All of those clothing jobs are getting power completed. That's what I like to see. Though I like to think my branding is pretty good. When it comes to branding stuff, I think my branding's pretty good. All of the skulls and things. Also, since there's a few new names in chat, I stream Dwarf Fortress about 5 days a week. I'd only take Fridays off, and unless I need an extra day, but I only take Fridays off, and I stream Dwarf Fortress about 5 days a week. Also, stream tomorrow is going to be late, by the way. I have a doctor's appointment in the morning. So I will probably start sometime between 11 and noon. So tomorrow's stream is going to be late, just a heads up. Just a heads up. All right, well, dwarves are all doing this clothing stuff. I'm going to go get me my lunch. It's lunchtime for me and I's hunger. So I's going to go get my foods. So if you're just hanging out, thank you very much. I will be back in a couple of minutes after I've done my needle stabbing and food nomming. I will be back with a sandwich. And once again, if you haven't gone and chucked channel points, Jess, go do that. And thanks, guys, for the silly amount of support today. You guys have been too kind. And if you want to support the stuff I do directly and get something in return, there's another link to the Patreon. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I hath returneth. Oh, welcome back, Stone. There's some paperwork for you to do. Still in late winter. I return with sandwich. A shamvich. Have a good night, animal. Sleep well. Hey, Mantis. Oh no! Selwick is throwing a tantrum. That's not good. Wonder what you'll be, what your punishment will be. Death. Maybe not death. Literally, like, never mind. Blood out. Wasn't able to finish the surgery in time. You blame Northern Quarter? You could just ask what Northern Quarter uses. That's unfortunate. After beating the criminal, he even tried to, like, save him by doing surgery. He's not using a hammer. That was his hands. Trust me, my dwarves are just that strong. Oh, right, yeah. I know what you're talking about, Matches. Try the Internet Archive. I'm finishing my mouthful and then I'll read that stupid. Hello, Valerie. How are we doing? I'm chewing, so once I'm done chewing, I can speak. All right. Hot meal effects are beneficial for omelets filled with omelets because omelets are... That's not a word. Fuck you, Balador. Don't... Yeah, that's not a word. I'm not going to read that. Generally, things gonna... wanna, smart, or smort, we don't care. When monkeys eat frogs, it scares them. Vampires don't lick strawberries on drugs or Wednesdays. Newspaper. Concealment is key to keep objects contained. Secure passwords aren't safe if shared on Craigslist. Yes. Hamsters with knives are dangerous. $1 million. Rats and mice like seeds, but that's greedy. While straws eat. There you go. And it's saving time. Question is, how many more dwarves are going to die? I mean, I just won't read the word, so it don't matter. I think somebody died. And the annual tribute from Bastide Penme has arrived. A stray boar has been found dead. One of my piggies died. How to add you to my host list. It's oddly complicated. If you have better Twitch TV, it's quite easy. But I wouldn't worry about it too much. I wouldn't worry about it too much. So stray boar and a stray ram. I guess not. Maybe it was just Selawik who died. Yeah, it looks like it was just Selawik. Tribute report of the group of alchemy in year 133. An iron shield, a rope reed bag, 10 oat flour, a vulture parchment sheet, and a bronze pick, and an iron anvil. I honestly feel so bad. Like, you spend half your days these days just, like, filling out paperwork with Dwarf Fortress tributes. Something actually useful? I mean, they're usually useful. A growing demonstration? That seems like a really slow demonstration. You mean grow some? You just had a dwarf in 5 pieces in the corpse stockpile? Oh. Oh yeah, no, they have to put every single individual tooth into the coffin. Like, if they get all of their teeth knocked out, all of the teeth get separately put in. And what's even better is they put all the different itty-bitty bits in first. So if, like, ears and toes and fingers get cut off, they put all those into the coffins first. What do you prefer to eat? You prefer to consume large rack, mob hopper, and sweet potato wine. You hate slugs. The next tribute will be the 76th. So it's gonna be buggy, is what you're saying? Then it's gone. So you're fine. I mean, as long as the corpse is in the coffin, no ghosts will happen. Like, I had Morden's arm sat right here, where this slab is, for about 15 years, and there was no ghosts. Yeah, we're going to get more Ichor. Definitely going to get more bug Ichor. Also, just a reminder to everybody, tomorrow's stream will be starting late. Because I will not be at my PC until a little bit later in the day. Because I will be doing having a doctor's appointment tomorrow. So, you know, maybe we'll just do Caves of Cud tomorrow, since I'll be starting late anyway. What do you guys think? Do a roguelike day? Caves of Cud and Rift Wizard or something? Since it's going to be a different day anyway. The elves have arrived to trade. Do another Esper run. Create force fields and kill stuff. Do you think Vulture Parchment Street won? That sounds like a good thing to think. I'm glad that we can agree on that. You need beers? Oh no! Chat, can we get a lot of beers for Ronald? For losing a lot of stuff in a crash. I mean, I lost some progress the last time I streamed this fort, but that was because my power went out. Not because of a game crash, like my power just went out. The prefix fits that spill emote so much because it's wasted spill. Yes, spills are indeed waste. So much random clothing we gotta get rid of because it's... We had the dwarf that died and the dwarf that got expelled. So yeah, tonight there's a pretty good possibility that there will be some sort of night stream too, just because tomorrow I will be starting late, and so thus I can sleep in a little bit, so there's a pretty good chance there will be some form of night broadcast tonight. Yeah, they thankfully provided us with conglomerate blocks. Also, hey King, how you doing, man? I was gonna ask you, Stone, because you have pretty good ideas for these sorts of things. I still have my wagon wood. What should I do with it? I was thinking about maybe putting it, like, inside of a pillar over here or something. But, like... Yeah, there. See? Both my wagon wood logs. Like, put it inside of an iron pillar, maybe? I don't know. I was just kind of wanted to ask for some feedback on that. What do you guys think? I'm not going to risk crafting it into something. Actually, can I do that? No, you can't make a wooden statue. See, I think I'm just going to construct it into a pillar. That's what I'm thinking. Just like, I'm going to put it out here and then make 2 valuable statues out of like black bronze or something of like the foundation of this fortress. Put it on a pedestal? On a pedestal? Okay. So So want to say hi before work? Hi before work! I don't know who before work is, but we should all say hello to before work chat. I hope you have a good day at work, Worm Shadow. My bestie work, yeah. Someone needs to make a Twitch account with just the username before work. I am hilarious, and don't any of you disagree, because you all know that it's true. Okay, where the heck is wood in here? Weapons? Blocks? Branches, which is empty? I think that's like an adventure mode eccentricity. Under logs? Limb body cast, legward, leaves, large gems. I don't see an L for logs. I don't see any wood. There's block. Maybe it's under blocks? Nope. There's plenty of strawberries. It's not under plants. Is it one of those other dumb things put under tools? Nope. Can you even put wood logs on pedestals? I don't think you can. I don't think you can. Carve them into wooden blocks? Yeah, I think you're right. Is it meat? Yes, it's definitely wood meat. Man, could you imagine if you got meat out of featherwood instead of getting wood? You figured out hosting? Yay! I gotta give some people that big dad joke energy because it's like the only energy I have left. I'm not even a dad and I got that dad joke energy. All right. You use my material? No. Well, I mean, things have happened in the fort. Nothing super of note. What's up, Clino? Why are you asking if something terrible happened in the fort? I mean, we've had a few dwarves die. I recently realized I still have my wagon wood. So I'm putting it on a pedestal. Let's see what they make out of local dwarven governments. That's what I'll do. At least initially. Probably will do more. The wagon wood got stolen. It has, like, no value. So, like, it's the rarest material in the game, but it also has very little value. I'm just amazed we didn't, like, make it into charcoal or something. We've lasted 133 years. Well, 5 years less than that, but, like, this fort's, like, 130 years old almost, and we somehow managed to not turn it into charcoal. But anyway, how is Clino doing? By the way, thanks for sending me that link. I would have noticed it pretty quickly afterwards, but I made a video about it almost immediately when you pointed that out. Even though I sound exhausted in the video because I recorded it at 3 o'clock in the morning? 2 o'clock in the morning? Somewhere around there. Because I woke up with, like, feeling like trash due to blood sugar problems. Well, it's not valuable, it's rare. Something can be rare and also have no value. The Council of Men, Dimple Honey, and the Society of Jails of Jawright became enrolled in a dispute over the rights of whey. The rights of whey protein. It's a place for them to sit and contemplate the wagon wood. You can make sculpture gardens real big. I didn't hear the beep, but I woke up anyway. I literally have everything muted in existence. So, by the way, what way to buy? What are we weighing the buy? Oh, really? I might do that tomorrow. It's so good. It is really fucking good. Like I said, I will be starting stream late tomorrow. So might do that tomorrow. Because I'll be starting late tomorrow because tomorrow I have a doctor's appointment. Dude, if I didn't have everything on Discord muted, I would literally get dozens of notifications a minute. Because I'm in so many servers, it's bad. It's very stressful. Yeah, well. You were surprised by, like, how wonderful the Discord community is, but you literally have all, like, 2 admins? Literally all but 2 of the admins. What, for the Kid Fox Discord? Yeah, the Kid Fox Discord is nice. It's a very well-moderated group. My Discord's a lot of dudes, but we're also pretty cool. Says the guy wearing the Discord shirt. with the Discord mug. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't sold out to Discord in the slightest. They just keep sending me shit. Thanks for the free shit, Discord. Sucks to be you. I mean, made out like a bandit. I have a cozy sweater and a nice mug. Suckers. This is the kind of branding that we can get behind. There's someone who subscribes to this stream who is one of the community people over at Discord, so every now and again I see him. I've never outed him what he does for a living, but I didn't actually know what he did for a living until I met him at TwitchCon. And he was like, oh yeah, no, I was managing the Discord part. I was like, what? Yes, we did recently get a sound upgrade. But that's because of the counting room. Like, I literally have the counting room, the AdWords Stories room, the Text Adventures room to thank for that. Because you guys, trying to count to 1 million, have bumped my stats up enough that I remained a Discord partner to get the new perks. So we got the sound upgrade. So, I just realized I totally forgot to trade with the elves. Whoops. It was funny. An old friend of mine who doesn't stream anymore was ranting on Twitter a couple months ago about how he was having his Discord partnership removed. It's like, well, you don't stream anymore. You haven't streamed actively in like a year and a half, and your Discord server is basically dead. So like, why do you really deserve to keep these perks around, especially when they're increasing the perks and they're grandfathering in the old ones? And he was ranting and raving about it, about how like he had no opportunity to keep it, yada yada. And I'm sitting here like, well, do you want to know how I kept it? And he goes, how? I literally just made a room where people could count to 1 million, and it increased my activity to the point where people can, like, you know, Discord Nitro. Yeah, Discord Nitro is the premium thing. Although if you join my server, you'll get like a dancing robot and a bunch of weird skull things. And don't jinx it, Stone. Don't jinx it. Also, if you, how does Discord make money from music? Yeah, so Discord has Discord Nitro basically, and it's $10 a month, and you get a bunch of unique emotes. You get animated emotes, and you get a bunch of other various perks, as well as some free shit. Like, they keep giving out 3 months of Game Pass for free and stuff. There's a lot of perks. Plus, you also can boost a server, which can basically, like, help servers out. Oh, another way that you can pay to Discord for things is you can just pay to boost a server. So if there's a server that you particularly like, you can go to the top of it and click on Server Boost, which is just this screen. So you go to this, you click this, and you click Server Boost, and then you can boost the server, which costs $5 a month, and it helps servers get better quality audio and video and more emote slots and stuff. So there's several different ways that you can give Discord money if you would like. I mean, all animated emotes are locked behind the paywall, and they always have been. This is a statue of a blank. What? On the item is a superiorly designed image of a blank in gold by Swoos. This is an exceptional silver table. Okay. This is a finely designed gold statue of a blank. Whoops. Oh, also you can gift Nitro to people. And the reason you should join my Discord is if you join my Discord, then you can get secret streams where I stream records in the evenings. So if you want to pop into my Discord and listen to me stream some jazz records, you could totally do that. Like last night. Not an entry-level engineering. Well, congrats, dude. I think that deserves a round of beers. I will say that, like, I bought Nitro before it was cool. Back when it had, like, no perks. Like, I did pay for Nitro before I was a Discord partner. And now they give it to me for free. But I did pay for Nitro, and it was worth it back in the day. Just for the upload. Like, the fact that you can upload up to 100 megabytes, like, you don't realize how often pictures go above the, like, 15 megabyte amount that you can send. It's so helpful for transferring files to people. Like, I don't use any file transferring software anymore. I literally just upload shit directly to Discord now. Like, I could put Dwarf Fortress saves directly on Discord if I really wanted to. Like, it's actually very helpful. Also, if we get another 10 boosts on my Discord server, currently we, I think, have 5? Yeah, if we get 10 more, we get 1080p 60 video on the video sharing. Even though I already have a lot of the perks, I already have better audio quality, and I already have the emojis. We also get the 50 megabyte upload limit for all members, which would be very helpful for sharing DF saves. And the 1080 60 FPS for live streams. Which isn't super important, but... Yeah, I believe that. No, it's also very it's also very useful for like sharing videos back and forth with my team that need to be put up on Twitter and stuff, and assets and things. Like it's worth it. It doesn't immediately seem worth it, but I do think that Discord Nitro is worth it. I wonder if that'll help, actually, if I remove the barrels from that. That might be the problem. They might be canceling out on the barrels. Because I have all of my pigtails in this stockpile. I'm thinking maybe they're, like, canceling out on the barrels. What happened to my furnace operator? I'm confused. Nothing happened to my furnace operator. Oh. No, that doesn't mean rip it. Just give furnace operations to another dwarf and make them go make you a metal bar if that's what you need. Why is that a bad thing, Diamond Destruct? Look at all those dwarves socializing. Also, Sethados was also this dwarf was very depressed at one point. My goals are important to me. Oh, shit! I didn't realize Sethados had a wife now. Well, would you look at that? And his wife is the prison bitch. Who keeps getting thrown into prison. But still, like, doesn't care. Feels relieved remembering being released from confinement. Feels restless after being unable to practice martial art. If anything, I would say that that's exciting, Diamond. Because the furnace operator could make you a metal artifact. And I like my artifacts like I like my music, heavy and metal. Also, I'm going to say this again. I've done this a number of times today. If you haven't yet, pop over to Jess's stream and chuck all of your channel points at the boost this stream goal. She has 20 hours left to finish it. It's 83% done. If it fills up, then she gets put into the promotion slot on the front page of Twitch. Which apparently gives like 60 to 100 active concurrence bonus on top of your normals. So go help her get that. And if you don't have any channel points over there, you can just follow her. And that'll get you 300. And if you can't, just try it on PC. Crystal. Dead for every strange moods? Oh no! That's not good. Do you know how to check for what they need? Okay, so they need cloth thread and stone, rocks. Thread, you don't know? What kinds of thread do you have? Hit Z, go to your stock menus, go to thread, have a peek at what thread you have around. Or you can look in their thoughts and see what thread they want, potentially, if they have a preference for a specific type of thread. If they're saying cloth thread, they probably want plant cloth. Otherwise, they would be saying silk thread. So you need plant cloth thread. So make a farmer's workshop and a loom. Process plants. Literally press A and then enter. Hit repeat. And they'll grab all pigtails that you have. And if you don't have pigtails, do what I literally just did and go clear all plants on the surface. Also, I'm literally just going to make this to make pigtails. I've done evil glaciers with tundra, not just pure tundra. Why does it matter, though? I did a evil glacier / tundra around Halloween. This is just going to be a pigtail bed. But yeah, no, the fortress that I did on Halloween was called Shattered Monster. It was on a glacier next to tundra in a haunted biome. And zombies kept running into it. It was good times. You're going to need to try that sentence again. How to make sure the doors thinks it when finished? I don't know what you're trying to say, Diamond. So do you have any deaths yet? Today? 2. One of, one that I had 1 expulsion and then 1 death today. Also, Audio, since you're getting that that promotion at work, are you going to be like me and Rhinestone and get way into modular synthesizers? You should do it. Any chance to get a dwarf then? I need other dwarves to arrive. I have no dwarves who've arrived. Pansy, come on, man. You just like smashed your face against your keyboard. What? You should kill your dwarves? I mean, I could kill you. And you know what? I will. There you go. I've been very into music for a very long time, Valerie, and I don't own any modular synthesizers, but I'm in the process of selling my Bitcoin. It's about a third sold. Once it's done being sold, I'm going to get into that. Probably around June. Oh, right, yeah, you have this thing called a house. That's the actual real expensive hobby. One expensive hobby at a time. Yeah. No. When I hit the 1,000-year mark, I'm going to retire the fortress. I'm not going to kill it after 1,000 years. Besides, person's banned already, so don't worry about it. If someone actually is moronic enough to come in and ask if I've played a really hard biome for it and then immediately say you should kill your dwarves, I don't actually need to deal with that kind of shit. Like, !children exists for a reason. There's certain types of people on Twitch that I don't have the brain capacity to deal with. I don't want to lower myself to that level. Like, no offense. You're too dumb to deal with. It's just not worth it. Especially when they say you should do X thing. It's like, you should learn to have the ability to communicate with other fucking people coherently in a method that isn't obnoxious to the person you're talking to. You fucking child. When you can do that, you're more than welcome to come back. Is the definition of ultra modern? I mean, to be totally clear, I've never bought Bitcoin. I've never mined Bitcoin. I had a button where you could tip me Bitcoin in like 2016 through 2018. And somebody gave me and a couple of people tipped me Bitcoin over the years. And it went from being worth about $70 to being worth about $1,400, which is enough for me to get into a basic modular setup. Combine that with, like, birthday money that I'm going to get. And then there's also this is the actual time when I realized that, yes, I'm getting into modular synthesizers, was when I brought it up with my dad. And my dad's like, I'll help you build a case. So, yeah, that's the point where I was like, yeah, this is happening. Because dumb fucking hobbies. Are they staying in the pen now? Yeah, except for when the Wolverines attack them. Then they run everywhere. Actually, it's the power supply that's expensive, but... Well, here's the thing that a lot of people don't know about me. Way back when, in another life, I wrote a symphony that got performed in front of a crowd. I wrote a piece of choir music that won a contest and beat out university students as a 12-year-old, and got that performed in front of a live audience of a few hundred people. I wrote solo cello music that was performed by professional cellists. I was hired by a quartet to write a piece of music for them. And I also wrote a shit ton of music that never got performed. I got into electronic music for a bit and did the thing that every kid does for a bit, which is download every piece of software you can find to write music, and did that for a while. And then I met my now ex-girlfriend, who completely stifled that hobby out of existence because she took up all my time and got mad at me when I made noise writing music. So you also think about the power supply? Yes. Well. The royal treasurer has arrived. In time to trade. It's been a long journey. I mean, it took me like 10 years, but I've kind of looped back around. So now I'm like reteaching myself guitar because I have a pretty nice acoustic guitar, which I used to be able to play relatively competently. I was good enough at cello back in the day when I actually played that I was kind of getting ready to go to university for it. I finished Royal Conservatory for cello. I was doing university level music theory at one point. Like, I might be a music nerd. I'm not just a music nerd. I also know a lot about music. Like, when I talk about, like, heavy metal genres and people look at me sideways like I'm crazy, it's like, I kind of know what I'm talking about. What changed my mind? What, with music? It's pretty petty, actually. And the free music programs, like I mentioned. I mean, I literally, I licensed all this shit from Dark Fantasy Studio, if you... The stuff that I'm listening to in the background right now. But with the music stuff, do you necessarily want to, So here's the thing, right? I could have gone to university for cello, and I decided not to. I decided to stop taking lessons. Because at the time I just didn't want to, and I was a surly teenager. And then I tried to go into music production, to, like, learn scoring, basically, for film or video games or whatever. But that didn't end up happening because instead of, like, you know, spending, what would it have been? Probably close to $100,000 in student loans to do a 4-year course doing that. I went and got a job. And then my ex wanted to move out. So I had to pay rent. The last thing I wanted to do, and still the last thing I want to do, is take out a bunch of fucking loans for something that I might get a job in and might be good at. And it's one of those industries where it's like, yeah, you might get work. You also might not. So the result is I do this full time. But I'm also in the fortunate enough position where I can kind of turn anything into content. So if I somehow manage to figure out a way to acquire some modular synthesizers and get into modular synthesis and get rid of that stupid fucking TV and point a camera at that thing, I could fuck around with modular synthesizers on Discord streams and call it a business expense. Because technically, it is. I could make a YouTube channel and produce content for that very easily. Very easily. Would never be my focus unless somehow it randomly became bigger than this, but I don't see that happening. So this is why you have to give me money on Patreon so that I can afford my dumb hobbies. Let's get rid of these training weapons because fuck these stupid training weapons. Never using them for anything. Although I have to be careful not to, Actually, no, I can't do that. Because they're going to sell the trap components as well. To do that separately. Do not sign up for affiliate. Don't do it. Do not do it. And I will give you one reason why you shouldn't do it. Because it's very hard to make money streaming unless there are people giving you money already. So do not sign up for affiliate until you have enough people watching and enough people asking and enough people consistently showing up for your stream every day that you can make enough money to get a payout on the first day. So until you know you can make $100 on the first day, don't fucking sign the contract. No one listens to me. No one listens to me. But don't do it. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Get good at streaming first. You know, when I started streaming, there was no affiliate program. I made $6 my first year streaming, and that's streaming daily. $6. But when the affiliate program launched, I made like $300 the first day because I'd been at it for so long. And we didn't even get a sub button when affiliate launched. It was just bits. Do not sign that contract until you know you will make enough money that it's worth it the first day. Otherwise, a few people will subscribe, you'll never get a payout, or you'll get a payout in a year maybe, and Amazon's just fucking sitting on that money, investing it and doing whatever the fuck they want with it. Don't just give Daddy Bezos money. If you want to make money streaming, have a PayPal link, have a coffee, have a Patreon, do other things. Make money around Twitch. Wait, you're just giving big corporations money for fucking free. Don't do it. The recent statistic is there's 3 million affiliates. Less than a third of them have been paid. Less than a third of them. Don't do it. Please. Don't fucking sign the contract until you have to. Or until you know you'll make that money. Everybody's like, oh yeah, I made the fucking thing. No, you haven't achieved shit. It's easy. God, partner's hard. Affiliates fucking chicken shit easy. My fucking mother could do it if she really tried. All right. Now that's a rant. Greg rants. I get so irritated when I see people signing up for the affiliate program left and right. Congratulations, Dave. Yes, and you know, here's the thing, right? If you had signed the affiliate contract, and let's just say that person bought bits, you would have gotten about $30, Valerie. And if you'd signed the affiliate contract and they gifted subs, you would have gotten about 22. And that's before you have to pay taxes on it. Okay? So just think about it that way. If you had someone send you $50 yesterday, fuck yeah. You made $50. Don't sign the affiliate contract. Just don't fucking do it. Don't fucking do it. It's just such an utter goddamn waste. Streaming is the greatest hobby you will ever have in your entire life, or the most frustrating failed business you will ever have in your life. And for some lucky people, it's a source of income. For a very few lucky people, it's a stable source of income. Treat it as a hobby first. One of my favorite things that I've ever heard is out of Twitch partners, 20% actually hold enough viewers to be able to make a living. And there's 49,000 of us now. And it's like something like there's more fucking brain surgeons in the world than full-time Twitch partners. Like, it's not a huge industry. People seem to think it's this massive thing. It's not. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid you farewell to you and your stout dwarves. Goodbye, humans. Time to trade. You should probably finish the application to finish your degree, yes. And you also got to remember that, like, I make a living doing this. I've been doing this full-time since 2016. Last year was the first year I made more money than I did at my job at McDonald's. And it wasn't even that much more. So, just put it in that context. Also, I stream about 240 hours a month. That's just streaming. So I'm not counting editing, not counting like off-stream activities, things I do on Discord that are also counted as work. Well, I've gotten very far, but I know what I've sacrificed to get this far. I certainly have regrets. I've missed a lot of things in my life that I wish I could go back and do. But I'm here, and I have this. And I've achieved so much. Have they started bringing books yet, actually? Parchment sheets. Silver ladle. No, they haven't. Trade for Electrum. No, I'm very much one of the lucky ones. I'm extremely fortunate to have people who watch me, who support me. And here's another thing that, like, a lot of people don't realize, is my first stream was in 2013, right? I have a few things by Mavis. Makeup and vanity set. Good shit. Chrome was the most recent record to arrive from them. Although I think I prefer their music on tape. I think from now on I'm gonna buy their stuff on, who names their kid Baldness? Who's named Rostelfin? Was that the traitor? He has extremely sparse hair, but it is extremely long. He's probably got a skullet. You know, just like hair around the back, just like super long. Well, Grimfox watches this stream, so. Most people found me in late 2014. Nobody watched me the first year. Quite literally nobody. Nobody watched me back in 2013. I streamed for about 3 months in 2013, and then ended up homeless. So, no, I streamed about 3 months in 2013 into the start of 2014, and then ended up homeless. So I had to finish being homeless before I could start streaming again. Then I started streaming again in the end of 2014. So November 2014, I started back up because I was homeless from March until end of August. Yeah, a lot of benches. I had a job the entire time, Marco Polo, so it's like I was homeless, but like I had money. It was just a matter of not being able to find a place. Not being accepted anywhere. It's like I had certain couches that I could stay on some days of the week, but most of the time it was like, I'm either sleeping at work or I'm sleeping on buses or... Feels pleasure near a completely sublime trading depot. Oh, shit. I keep missing the mandates. But anyway, like I was saying, I started streaming in 2013. You do realize, like, XQC is one of the biggest channels on the website and a complete and total tool. That fucking child of a human being made his account in 2016? Like, I've been doing this so much longer than many of the biggest people on this site. It's actually a little bit distressing. Let's just remove all plants from that stockpile. Like, to me, it actually freaks me out a little bit when I actually think about it. It's like, the amount of time I've spent doing this versus some of the biggest channels on Twitch is ridiculous. It's actually just ridiculous. Hello, Gra. I'm gonna do some Caves of Cud tomorrow. Just an FYI. What's up, Gra? How's things? Hello, darling. Feels weird to say that out loud. Yeah, because I killed my Esper. Although I was pretty proud because I managed to get my first death to fall damage. The first time I've ever done that, apparently, in like 150-something hours. Which I think is like... I got an achievement. Apparently only like 3% of people have killed themselves with fall damage, and like the first thing I saw in chat was, you can die to fall damage! I'm pretty sure I've killed myself in precognition before with fall damage, but... Anyway, if you don't know who Gra is, Gra does writings on Caves of Cud and streams various stuff. What were you doing today, actually? Were you doing Caves of Cud today, or were you doing something else? But cheers. Hope you're doing well. In adventure mode? Well, that's adventure mode. So you died? I think that's the name of the dying achievement, isn't it? Welcome to Cud. But welcome to Longdeath. Longdeath is a project that I have going for this game, and the whole point of this fortress is to keep it alive for 1,000 years. And Dragon Man gave birth to a girl, fucking finally. Children, that's what we need. I think it's Crystal wanted somebody, but I don't know if Crystal's still around. All right. We have a baby. So the whole point of this fortress is to keep it alive for 1,000 years. So it's a lot of just like basically letting the fortress run in the background. You didn't die? So it wasn't truly welcome to Cud then?
Glad you made it out of homelessness.
I think it made me grow up a lot, being homeless. I wouldn't recommend it, but I think I matured more in that period of time than ever. So it would help if I spelled Crystal right. There you go. You're now a baby. Congratulations to your mom and dad of a Dragon Man and Wave Thrash. You are the daughter of Dragon Man and Wave Thrash, and a faithful worshiper of Shin Russet Amber the Red Rocks, and an ardent worshiper of Shin Russet Amber the Red Rocks, and an ardent worshiper of Shin Russet Amber the Red Rocks. So I found a bug where if they are born to parents, they worship the same gods their parents worship. If their parents both worship the same god, then they worship the god multiple times, plus the god they would naturally worship. So this dwarf worships the same god 3 times. Just thought I'd let you guys know that I found a bug in this. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Her hair is straight and her very long hair is neatly combed. She has an angular chin and a very low voice. Her head is very short and her hair is a crew. Her skin is sandy taupe and her eyes are cobalt. She personally sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, respects perseverance, and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting. Doesn't particularly value loyalty and dreams of creating a great work of art. She is a perfectionist, generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She likes to brawl, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She has an active sense of humor and doesn't handle stress well. She is a friendly individual and often feels envious of others. Speaks very deliberately when she's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't mind working outdoors, at least for a time. Short creature, sturdy, and fond of drink and industry. The religious purity is, like, it's so pure they worship the same God 9 times. Like, it's like praying your rosary. But yeah, no, I guess, like, in all seriousness, when I was homeless, I was very lucky. I had a job. And I was in a situation that was possible to get out of, right? Some people get genuinely stuck. I luckily wasn't one of those people. It was just really, really, really bad timing. But could have genuinely screwed me over. Polyism was invented in 248 by Eurus Polythe, attempted to worship the same god twice at the same time, and it broke space-time continuum and opened a black hole and let the elder gods into our universe. Prayers submitted. Okay. They speak in multiple octaves at the same time while doing Gregorian chants. Are all dwarves? I've certainly seen dwarves that worship no gods, so. I have no idea. I wonder if they get triple the reward from praying to their god. Like if they get more mental buffs out of praying to their god. Huh. Now I'm wondering. Yeah, I saw that, Taurus. You may be trying DF later today? Well, I guess it's very important that I say that I'm sorry that you will have no free time for the rest of your life. Also, it's true story, like Dwarf Fortress might be a free game, but I'm pretty sure at this point I've probably spent more money on Dwarf Fortress than I've spent on almost any game. It's very likely.
This is madness!
Madness? Oh, that's fine. That's getting done. How you doing, Hobo? Hobo says penis. Just thought I would make the rest of you aware of that if you weren't already. How is Hobo? You don't have free time anyway? Well, that's okay. I mean, that's pretty legitimate proof. How was that restaurant that you went to the other day, by the way, Homo? You were talking about. And your father smelled of elderberries or something? Also, I wonder if right now is actually a good time to get into DF because there's about to be a new version. New release coming sometime in the next week or two. Which is going to be weird because I'm going to have another install for other fortresses and Longdeath. I'm going to figure out how I'm going to manage multiple installs of the game. Little cafe style place, good coffee, food is good, and all good times. Good shit. Good shit. Hopefully they do okay. There we go. Goodbye, humans. There's a good way to get your free time, race quit because nothing makes sense. I mean, sure. That's Alt F4 sometimes works in DF. But you might actually also need to control Alt Delete and open processes to kill it because Alt F4 doesn't generally work. I mean, you'll have fun. It's not as bad as it looks, I tell you. Trust me, it's nowhere near as bad as it looks. And then somehow climbed his way back up? What a bro. Got all of this leather being made. I thought I had leather shops, but apparently I didn't. Apparently I didn't. We're getting his tomb ready and everything, and he just climbs back over. I'm not dead yet! And we're just like, whoa, dude! What? How did he fall off the cliff? Like, what pushed him? Oh, that's unfortunate, Diamond. Not sure. Fair. It's probably the appropriate answer. Might have been a startled fly. Oh, yeah, that would do it. Is there going to be a priestess job? Unlikely, because I haven't had any religions for him. Do I even have any religions in this fortress? Nope. Shin Russet Amber the Red Rocks is very popular, and the Fuchsia is also really popular, but there are no organized religions in this fort. I think that's another issue with starting a fortress super young. The yellow dots, those are iron ore, specifically limonite. It's an ore of iron. Yeah, but that's not a religion. You worship a god, but there isn't a formed religion around it, so no, priestess is not a job. I can't just magically make that shit appear, unfortunately. Well, we have temples to the Red Rocks, but because there's no organized religion, I can't assign a priest to it. I could assign a jester to it, a silly entertainer, but that's about it. How? I mean, Brent works. I read that it's Bent, and I think Bent is better. Also, Bent is a really good album and has a song on it called Falling, so maybe not as silly sounding as I initially made it sound. Also, you're not the only dwarf to worship the same god 4 times or 5 times. There's a few dwarves who worship that god a couple of times. Like I said, I'm starting to see it as a repeating bug. Would what fit your character? You're a baby. You don't really have much character yet. You gotta figure that out in a few years. You're literally an infant. Ask me that, like, I have no idea. Ask me after I stream Dwarf Fortress next. Ask me on Saturday if that would fit your character. Maybe Thursday. At this point, we have no idea what that dwarf's going to turn into. Because you are literally a month old. I mean, you do have some dreams and thoughts, and you like to brawl, and you have a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, but, like, that could all change by the time you're an adult. There's a fruit fly buzzing around and it's driving me bonkers. And we're also going to smelt glina ore. Set that to 0. Make 200 charcoal. We got a bunch of stuff we got to get done. They're like organized religions are like they're like guild halls basically. So there's 2 different types of religion. There's dwarves that worship a god, and then there's dwarves that practice a religion. Practicing a religion is different than worshiping a god. But if you have 10 dwarves that worship the same god, then they petition for a temple to that religion. Not just a god, and they can sometimes worship a pantheon of gods as part of a religion. So if once you build that and you give them their holy person, then pilgrims can come and visit, in theory, and do what they always do, which is steal your stuff. But in theory, what they should do is pilgrims should come visit, and other traveling priests should come and give services. I've never actually seen that happen. How old is the oldest dwarf in this fortress? The oldest one that I have is 178. As of last time I checked, so around that. But yeah, it's just like real life. They show up and steal your shit. Weaving tons of thread into cloth. Making silver tables. You not... Okay. Well, guess what? You get wood burning. Do I not have wood furnaces? Okay, yes, I do. How old do dwarves live? 150 to 170 years. Or 150 to 180 years. Beyond 150, they can die at any point. I don't know if they can live longer unless they're undead, I guess. If they're undead, then they never die. Vampires and necromancers are immortal, so... They show up and leave lots leave lots of religious tchotchkes. Yes. I'm sure that's probably part of it. Bunger. Which is why most people never see dwarves die of old age. Shit. Novi's throwing a tantrum. 39 more days in prison. Hang in there, Novi. Kangaroo's given birth to a baby kangaroo. This means that I have enough kangaroos in a cage that they're starting to make babies in the cage. That's a lot of lamb. I think we're going to be eating lamb for dinner. All right. Perfect. The forges are up and running. Stuff's getting done. This is good. And next time we stream Longdeath, we're going to work on that tower again. I do like that a lot of the comments I'm getting on my most recent video is just a lot of people being all like, I love how a lot of the comments are literally just people memeing about the fact that Tarn is supposed to be working on the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress, but is instead just like updating the classic version. But I don't think people realize that like the two kind of go hand in hand. And an annual tribute from Nulan Abo has arrived, because it is early autumn. What the heck is that? Somebody just like dropped a bunch of shit right there. What the hell? Weird. Yeah, we got the two tributes. Two tributes, yeah, it's paperwork time. First one's arrived from the group of Soaring. A copper maul. Ooh, fancy. Can dwarves even wield mauls? I know in real world we're getting rid of all the mauls. because they're just bad for everybody involved. How's your day been, Squug? Hope work's been okay. It's been a while since we chatted. You know, the main thing that I have to question, though, with the new version is, I think when the new version drops, we're going to jump to a Season 2. Why would I need to get rid of them all? It's already... Yes. I just got rid of all of the training weapons, and they give me more. Also a silver ladle. How kind of them. It's definitely more pages, so get ready. I see Galena blocks. Any other weird blocks? Sounds fun. That shit's hard on your back, dude. At least it's probably a nice change. I actually always liked the snow days when I had a traditional job and I just got to go out and shovel snow in the drive-thru all day. I actually didn't mind that because it was kind of a nice change of pace, I guess. It is indeed a big one, yeah. Although I want that eagle. I'm gonna let that eagle out. I used to have another eagle that flew around my fortress for a while. Introvert stream? No, I mean, it's not that I like being an introverted. It's more just it's a nice change of pace. You know, when you work indoors all the time and, like, you're normally around hot stoves and stuff, it's nice to just kind of go outside and shovel for 2 hours. It's just a nice change of pace. Now, if it's like every day for weeks, that sucks. And I've certainly had that happen. But it's more of a, like, as a change of pace for a bit, it can be quite nice. Now we just have to wait for them to place that eagle cage. Satisfied at work. They're almost finished with all of those cloth bits. Let's unsuspend the last of them. That can just get canceled. You grew up on doing farm labor? Fair enough. I think my body would just fall apart if I had to do that kind of labor every day. That's because I am a delicate piece of shit. Although, you know what's a pain in the ass? Being a diabetic and having to stab your fingers multiple times a day. And then trying to teach yourself guitar again. Or reteach yourself guitar. Because your fingers are, like, covered in pinholes anyway. It's like, guitar strings fucking hurt your fingers, right? But, like, what if your fingers already fucking hurt? My fingers hurt so much right now, it's not even funny. It's like I'm cutting myself on guitar strings and also stabbing myself with pins on a frequent basis. It's like learning to play guitar in hard mode. It's like whenever I feel like self-harming, just like fucking play guitar. It hurts so much, it's not even fucking funny. The dwarves have arrived to trade. This is our 4th time trading with them? We've kind of done a lot of years. You'd go off to the side? What, pricking your fingers? I mean, there's no part of my finger that doesn't get stabbed. Bum 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 bum. Also, Clino, are you lurking right now? I want to ask you a question. I would like to get an opinion on something when you have a minute. Also, when you played bass, it was a bitch. Yeah, and bass strings are bigger than acoustic guitar strings, too. I'm sure my neighbors above me fucking love the fact that I've been noodling around on guitar. There we go. I'll be fine. Finished making all them damn cloth hoods, finally. All of the cloth is finally done. It's about fucking time! The merchants are unloading their goods. I'm going to request a trader. We're gonna go follow Cryo. Almost all of the dwarves in the entirety of the fortress are real hard at work. I don't know what to do for the evening stream tonight, chat. Might do more Lost Flame. Actually, no, I think I'll do Rift Wizard. I haven't fully decided yet. Also, Squag, how's Line? Because that's on my list of puzzle games to play. Alright, Dwarf, I need you to finish sleeping. Hey, Shad, how's things? I have a bunch of hours in it, but I have zero recollection playing it. I played a game called Line Way recently. But not the same thing. How am I feeling? I don't know if it's necessarily a beautiful day. I haven't looked outside much. It might be a beautiful day. I'm okay. I'm okay today. I wouldn't say I'm brilliant. Been better. Certainly been a lot worse. So no real complaints. Snowing? Good snowing or bad snowing? Is this like, fuck yeah, snow, is it? Or is it like, oh god, snow? So warm. I'm doing some moron math in my head, and I think that that's pretty close to what it's been outside here recently. That's mighty warm, my dude. Buzzards are fighting. That sucks. It's not very often above freezing, or yeah. Here it's like either right at or right below freezing. It's just minus 15 where you're at. Nice and warm. We had a month like that. Beginning of December here was very chilly for around here anyway. It's been a little bit warmer since. Chat, for evening game, what do you guys think I should do? Should I do a puzzle game or should I play a roguelike? Because it's kind of a tie between Rift Wizard in my brain or a puzzle game. Or maybe even just a couple runs of Rift Wizard and then a puzzle game. I might just do two. There's buzzards attacking us.
Has been colder.
Has been colder. Well. It was Council of Men, yeah? Let me know when you're ready. Were you not trying to give me money, Freskins? Because sucks to be you if you did. Thanks for the $1 though, regardless. Today's been wild. We've had not one, but 2 hype trains. Both were kind of indirectly caused by Animal and Spitalier. But yeah, just let me know when you're ready, Stone, when you got it.
You never know.
I never will know. This is a fact. I will never know if you intended to give me money or not.
Try for train.
Try for trim. I'll make a deal with you guys. If you guys start a hype train, I'll gift a sub. I think that's a pretty fair deal. I don't know if there's anybody here who actually needs one, but if anybody's got a resub, pop it. Just saying. Weasel trained has been slotted. Oh, you had the same screenshot twice. Oh no.
What is this hypertrain thing really?
It's where you guys are tricked into giving me more money than you were intending. And then I remind everybody that if you support me on Patreon, you get access to the amazing sound commands. There you go. And now I can scroll up here and do that. I think I just like debated that notification. What just happened there? Caffeine, thanks for gifting a sub to Warponage. Cheers, man. Sorry for being a little bitchy the other day. And thank you very much for gifting... Was that 2 subs? I'm confused. No, 1. Okay, never mind. I misread that. Thanks for gifting a subscription to Warponage. And Hobo with the 900 bits. Thanks, Hobo. Cheers, man. I don't even know what today is. I'll be completely honest with you. What even is today? I'm gonna turn my squad on so that they'll just go kill those damn buzzards. Those bloody buzzards. Chat, can I get a round of beers for not 1, not 2, but 3 hype trains today?
Ooh, sound commands, I'll consider that.
Jesus, Redbeard. Is that a thank you for me introducing you to all kinds of puzzle games to play with your wife? Was that what that is? You know what you really need to do, Redbeard? You need to explain to your wife that traditional roguelikes are just puzzle games that you design yourself. Did that jump? Wait, what just happened? At one level just finished and then it immediately leveled up again. Okay, sure. Sure. Thank you, everybody. Seriously. You know what's funny is I was literally just like thinking 2 days ago that, man, January revenue is always really slow. You guys have just like changed that today. Between today and the hype train from the other day, it's like we've completely flipped that on its head. So thanks everybody for keeping the stream funded. And helping me get budget for a modular synthesizer. Slowly, I'm saving. Piece by piece. Smaller sub counter equals more subs? What do you mean? Smaller sub counter. Hello, tub goats. No problem, man. I had to do something, and I wanted to make Sal's leaderboard a little bit less empty. Pete! Thank you very much for gifting, or not gifting a sub, for chucking your Prime sub at me. Gifting me your Prime sub? That's the word. Sorry, I was running on automatic. How you doing, Pete? Thanks for the 20th month. Welcome back. While my dwarves are throwing out garbage and making silver tables in the background. Thank you much, man. Thing in the top left? I mean, it's not exactly low. It's higher than it's been in a while, actually. It's higher than it's been in a while. But thank you, Pete, for that Prime sub. Jack, can I get a couple more beers for Pete? You tried petrified wood for your lava elevator, and it worked decently? Oh, really? Huh. Petrified wood is magma safe? Today I learned. We all good, Caffeine. There's something that people need to know.
crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer.
There's something that people need to know about my stream, Caffeine. If I don't ban you, you're fine. Like, if I say something shitty or something dumb, everybody has bad days at work. The difference between my bad days at work and other people's bad days at work is other people's bad days at work, you can just kind of like... and hide from your coworkers, more or less. I can't. So... it's harder for me to hide it. There are some days where it's just like... where I just shouldn't be streaming. That was one of those days. Novi the Craftsdwarf is throwing a tantrum. And thank you very much for the $1, Freskins. Did you throw a tantrum? Did anything actually happen? I don't think anything did. I'm trying to read your name, Germania. Counselor? Anyways, what's up? How's things?
Petrified wood is magma shade, yes.
It read like that, yes. Is magma shade. Shade. Is shade a word? Text-to-speech lady. The question is, are you guys going to beat the record of the hype trains from earlier and hit level 4?
Safe.
Or no? Thanks for this. Did you get like globally banned from Twitch or something, Freskins, and so you just have to cheer in order to speak? Because you know you could do that one bit at a time. But thank you guys for the 3rd hype train of the day. You guys are fucking crazy. 586 bits from Hobo. Cheers, man. Whoa. What did... oh, it just ended. It just ended. There you go. For a second there, I thought it felt... I was like, no, it didn't. What? Or did... oh, wow. Almost, man. Just missed it. But Pete, thanks for the 5 subs at the end there, man. Cheers, dude. In my heart, that finished it. In my heart. Left it down to the wire.
Too many buttons to press.
Too many buttons to press. Yeah, I agree with this. Thanks for all the bits, Reskins. And Pete, thank you very much for gifting subscriptions to Dovin, Power Made Flesh, Neb the Squid, my dude Ponce, and Odava. Damn, you guys are crazy today. You've never seen anybody play Dwarf Fortress knowing what they're doing? I know exactly what the heck I'm doing. Clearly you haven't watched many DF streams then, because there's quite a few streams where they know what they're doing. You can tell I haven't worked on this tower for a bit because trees are growing in it. That's actually kind of funny. But yes, I do like to think I know what I'm doing in Dwarf Fortress, generally. But thank you so much, Pete, for all that. Via the app is a ripoff? Yes, do not gift subs via the app, please. Do not do that. Because fucking Google takes a cut of that. On top of the normal Twitch cut. What is this floor made out of again? It's diorite, okay. But yeah, if you want to see just how much DF I play, if you look at my YouTube channel, Germania, you'll see the wall of DF stuff that I've done over the years. As well as multiple interviews with Tarn Adams and many, many news-related videos to the point where people call me the unofficial news source for Dwarf Fortress, which I guess I have that title now.
Yeah, expensive, same as bits via mobile app.
I mean, bits are kind of expensive in general, but I do kind of support the concept of supporting Twitch as a platform. So I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. And, you know, bits are one of the better ways to do that. Thank you, Marco Polo and Freskins. Also, if you hit the 1,000 bits total cheered, then you get access to those silly walls. So if you want to build a fort in the chat, you can do that with the walls that you can unlock. Although some of them get expensive. A pocket wool bag, 39. Bronze buckler, 4. Pearwood Isdal, 2. Fucking 332 subs. What the fuck is happening today? I'm kind of just at a loss for words. I'm not gonna lie. Kind of at a loss for words today. All I can really say is just thank you, everybody, for helping me do this full time. Cheers. Just gonna skip that one. Chat, what are you doing while watching the stream? Hello, Raven. Welcome back. Working? That's what I used to always do. What manga? And you're also modding, Hobo. You're multitasking very effectively. You're tapping on your phone and getting your waifus. Sipping coffee, that's a good thing to do. Flyer. Vagabond. Hobo is moderating. Sure, modding. You're sitting there with your wizard hat and a sword, and if people try to do something bad, then you will just simply beat them into a pulp. Although, technically, I've done all the banning today. I did actually ban somebody today, too. Person got annoying, and I was just like, you know what, just go away. You're painting? What you painting? Hey, chat, I've got a question. So I've been doing the thing where I stream records in the evening, right? And the intro of my stream has records on it, right? Should I get Cooler to help me come up with like a blind radio logo for a fake radio station? Should I do that? And then should I make merchandise out of that? As I think that would be kind of cool to have like a fake radio station logo, and then I could like make stickers and mail them to my patrons. I think that'd be neat. I'm kind of thinking about that. Not as good as you used to be. What kind of painting? Are you doing digital painting, like watercolor painting? Crayons? Ooh, a cardinal. I was wondering what those red dots were, and I wasn't able to catch one. Got cardinals flying around this map. I wasn't DMCA-able. If it's a fake radio station, I'm pretty sure it's just fine. I'd just make it an FM frequency that doesn't exist in real life. Acrylic? Okay. I'm not sure what you mean, Tug Goats. As long as I'm not stealing anything that people own, then I'm good. Besides, I just occasionally share my owned property with a small group of friends in a video call. During a pandemic, that's totally acceptable. I don't know what you're talking about. Just need a carrier. I mean, I know nothing about the radio industry, I'll be honest with you. Because, you know, chat, you all know me in real life, right? And we hang out on my private Discord together. Obviously. I mean, normally I'd have you all over to my mansion to listen to records, but, like, I can't do that during a pandemic, so if anything, we're the good guy. And that's why I stream Led Zeppelin. Yes. Winter is upon us. Jokes aside, though, this is a record player right here. And at the starts of the stream, I play stream safe music that I can play on my record player. And sometimes late at night, I turn little streams on my Discord and stream stuff that I can't play on my stream on Discord. So if you'd like to listen to some other stuff, you can pop into the Discord and in the late night radio room. Amateur radio guy? Gotcha. If I ever have questions, I'll let you know. I mean, I have an AM/FM tuner. That's about the knowledge of my radio stuff. I have an AM/FM tuner and then a antenna that's going all the way up my wall, all the way around the top of my wall, and then all the way across my apartment so that I can catch KEXP in Seattle from Vancouver. That's all I know about radio. I have a big enough antenna that I can get radio stations from Seattle via a fucking antenna. Go for it if you want to grow your brand. Grow your brand, man. Random wire antenna? It's more than just random wire antenna, but yeah. I know a little bit about radio. But that's about it. Just a little bit. I know enough to figure out how to rig up an antenna big enough to catch the stations I want to catch. That's about it. Outside of that, yeah. Uh-oh, that was granite, not diorite. Where'd my diorite go? No, they aren't. Because if it was hard to make, I wouldn't have made one. Also, what does being 50 have to do with balding? I have a friend who's in his early 20s who's balding. And then there's me, where I'm not balding. I'm the exact opposite. I can do a pretty good Grudge impression, too. I've just got that metalhead energy. You do that. Showering's important, Squug. I mean, my dad is in his 60s, and he has, like, no balding whatsoever. His hair's pretty gray, but he's got no balding. Because he's balding and he's 21. When I was in cadets, years ago when I was in my teens. There was this one kid. He was like, I think at the time he was like 16 or something. Like, he was like maybe a year or two older than me at the time. He had a full beard and was balding. So like full fucking face beard, like massive beard. Like, what's the word I'm looking for here? A lumberjack beard where like it's all the way down your neck and like full, and was balding. So he was almost completely bald and had like this full beard, and he was like 16. It was really funny. I got my first gray hairs when I was 15, and I remember this because I was at cello lessons, and my cello teacher was fixing my posture behind me because I've always had pretty bad posture, and he was my cello teacher was standing behind me, and my mom was in the room, and she'll never let me forget this. My cello teacher just like looks at the back of my head and goes, "Greg," I'm like, "Yeah," and he goes, "You have a gray hair," and I'm like, "Excuse me?" He goes, "You have a gray hair on the top of your head," and he looks over at my mom and he goes, "Did you know your son has gray hairs?" My mom goes, "No." I guess I do now. And she gets up and she goes, my mom comes over and goes, "Oh my God, you have a gray hair." And they both just like sat there and were like, "You're 15 and you have gray hair." They were both just completely astonished. And I'm just kind of sitting there going like, "Guys, can I like go back to my cello lesson now?" It was wild. And now like, it's not that obvious on stream, but like, it looks kind of gray right here. But if I flip my hair over this way, everything on the inside of my hair going all the way down is just white. So I'm like 40% gray. It's just not quite on the top of my head yet. It's all like underneath and on the inside going down. People pay for that look? Well, I mean, people don't pay to look like this. People pay to look like Sephiroth. They don't pay to look like skinny white boy Twitch streamer. They want to look like Sephiroth, not like me. So... Oh, really? A single strand of gray hair? That's pretty good. Yeah. Redbeard. Ara's throwing a tantrum. No. I might need to cancel all of the work again. Well, charcoal's almost done. Let's cancel that. Cancel that. Cancel that. Cancel that. Yeah, we'll just cancel all of the jobs again. Let's let the dwarves kind of go back to socializing. It's rough. Self-deprecating humor is like my business model, though. Tub goats. Really? Now, did she never get gray hair? Or was she just incredibly sneaky about dyeing it? Well, then explain to me why I have 0 luck on Tinder. I don't believe those women exist. At least, not any that I've been able to find. Also, I love that we're done trading, and the dwarves have left, and the outpost liaison only just managed to trade with us in midwinter. What the fuck were you doing? No shit, online dating is bad. Online dating should actually be illegal. I hate it so much. I relapse on it every, like, I don't know, couple of months for like a week and then get pissed off at it and delete the app again. Professional hairdresser for Revlon corporate research. So probably just really stealthy about dyeing it, I would bet. And also, I'm just going to presume that Revlon corporate research is actually just like Umbrella Corp. Because I have no idea what that is. How bad is it? 80% bots, 20% dumb blondes who want muscle hunks. That's Tinder. Sometimes I'm jealous of you, Stone. And what's even better is it's like, I don't even have the option to do other shit because I'm at risk for COVID and don't really feel like spending more time in hospital this year. I've spent enough time in the hospital this year. I've never heard of Revlon. Actually, maybe I have. It doesn't necessarily ring a bell though. Not that I pay any attention to cosmetic brands, so. Good, wasn't planning on it, Stone. It's like McDonald's for your self-confidence. As somebody who worked at McDonald's, McDonald's is bad for everything. And the last time I really dated was before Tinder launched, which is very funny. I'm pretty good at meeting people when there isn't global pandemics going on, which is the main reason I keep relapsing on Tinder. But, you know. That is a lot of miasma. Something's real rotten. Something nasty there. Jesus. Get that shit cleaned up. Come on, dwarves. Good luck with that. Swung very well back in the... I mean, straightener? For that level of curls? Jesus. That's impressive. So she wasn't just a cosmic engineer. She was a cosmic fucking wizard. She was actually just like a sorceress. How the heck do you do that? Quarantine 40 going around? I don't know what that means. What's quarantine 40? How did I escape that slave camp? Twitch. I mean, I worked at McDonald's. I worked in assembly line in factories. I worked in a gas station. I worked as a kayaking coach. I worked at... What other jobs have I done? I worked for my parents. I work for my parents still, technically. Ara's throwing a tantrum. Please don't hurt anybody or do anything that'll get you in trouble. I mean, I've lost weight throughout quarantine. For those of you who speak in pounds, I was about 145 to 150 pounds before quarantine. Post-quarantine, I've gone down to 130 pretty consistently. And then when I was in hospital, I was at 111 pounds. For reference, I'm 6 feet tall. And now, in kilos, I was about 60 kilos. And now I'm about 56 kilos. Are you calling me fat, Google Captions? God damn it. Captions is calling me fat, chat. I'm getting fat shamed by Captions. Good shit, Raven. Good shit. I have no idea what that is in stone. Stone is like weird, fake, funny measurements to me. It doesn't exist. Depends on the size of stone. No one measures in stone. No one does. It's just like nobody measures how fast their car is moving in knots. And no one measures the temperature outside in Kelvin. It's just the occasional poser, that's about it. To be totally clear, I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes during lockdown, so that's got a lot to do with my weight loss. But, you know. Which is also why I spent time in hospital this year, for clarity's sake, for those of you who are newer here. Bookcase was toppled. Ooh. Uh-oh. $25 stone, 16 petals, and half a goat. Rude. Goodbye, Ara. You were a good dwarf. Maybe if you go stand in the hospital. Oh, no, never mind. Just dead already. Two counts against Novi. Yeah, 25 stone is huge. Oh, God, why do you keep... Just arrest them. Don't beat them to death. Please. Also, for reference, they're not... This isn't a hammer dwarf. This dwarf is doing this with his bare hands. My dwarves are just that strong. They are just that strong. That's 3 deaths today. Damn. One death per hype train, man. It's a dark day in Longdeath. I'm actually like so sad about all these dwarves I've lost. I don't need to know about that. Tub goats. There's some things that just, you know, I'm actually just gonna do this. There's some things that I just don't need written in my chat. It's awful that you had to do that, but I don't need that written in my chat. Don't take that the wrong way, but I just don't need to know that. Yeah, I mean, Twitch chats can do that. It's the beauty of consistent conversation. Please do. Top goats. Man, pennies. I remember pennies. We used to have those. Now we don't, and life is much better. Pro tip to everybody who uses pennies in countries that use pennies, you should stop using pennies. They suck. Like, actually, they cost more to produce than they're worth. They're just kind of, you know, not necessary. Are you just waiting for them to stop being legal tender so that you can melt them? Like, why do you have 6.5 gallons of pennies? I mean, because that's illegal until they stop being legal tender for pennies. I think pennies are still legal tender here. I'm not actually sure. Gold Poke is just playing by all these artifacts. Cool. All right, well, we have one less dwarf than we started with, because we gained some and we lost some. But we're into late winter, on the 22nd of Obsidian. I'll wait for spring to roll around, and then I think we'll swap games. When a dwarf dies? Well, I knew that dwarves died because they were killed for their crimes just now, but you get this notification that says they've been found dead. You've seen it multiple times in the last 5 minutes. So, but they get a red background. Their eyes go red. And then if you really want, you can go into the combat report and read this. The captain of the guard punches the craftsdwarf in the head with his right hand, bruising the muscle and fracturing the skull. The force bends the neck, tearing apart the fat, bruising the muscle, and tearing apart the upper spine's nervous tissue. A tendon in the upper spine has been torn. The captain of the guard punches the craftsdwarf in the head with his left hand, and the injured part explodes into gore. An artery has been opened by the attack, and Novi was found dead. That's how you know a dwarf is dead. It's like looking into another dimension. It's not so bad. Like, see, there's walls and floors and a waterfall over here and some musical instruments, windows, a well, trading depot, bunch of random items in a stockpile, beds, bedrooms, clothing. It's pretty recognizable, I would say. It's not too bad. Dwarf, also dwarf. Dwarf, 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 cat, dwarf, 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 cat, dwarf. Unicorn, dwarf, 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 dwarf. Statue. And an emu is fighting. And unlike Australia, we will kill them. Go get him, Axon. Keep shooting him. See, he's shooting little boats he's shooting at it. Come on, you got this, bud. Get him. There's emus in the trees. I don't... Why is there emus in the trees? Well, you got it. Good for you. Because no one can contact the DM. That would indeed make it hard to... tree mews. Emus, not to be confused with tree mews. Totally different thing. Well, I hope that you're able to get in contact with the DM. Axon, potentially you have really bad aim, but it's also certainly possible that that emu just had really good dodge. So you could just blame it on the emu. No one died of old age. And, never mind. Someone died of old age. Touch Shriek has been found dead. We're gonna have to request more, more migrant workers, I think. You were like 178 years old, weren't you? R.I.P. Touch Shriek, the elderly, crippled, old, haggard dwarf, lived many years, and is finally time to be put to rest. And we got 5 asparagus, 1 lamb alpaca wool blag, 10 oat flour, 1 iron buckler, 5 spinach leaves, 1 skunk leather water skin, an opossum leather backpack, 5 alpaca parchment sheet, and 5 leeks. From the humans. And with that, once Stone says he's got it, I think it's time to save the game. And play some Rift Wizard. How's that sound to you guys? And then maybe some puzzles after a few rounds of Rift Wizard. It was a good day of Longdeath. Tomorrow we'll be doing Caves of Cut all day. The day after we'll continue with this. Although tomorrow I will be starting probably about 2 hours late because I have a doctor's appointment in the morning. It's a phone call doctor's appointment, but it's an hour long, so I will not be around at the PC immediately. So, for those of you, if you're here specifically for DF, I actually don't know anyone streaming right now. There's 2 people streaming DF, so if you are desperate for more DF, you could probably find one of them. Actually, I do recognize one of them. MetaReact, I recognize.